So, where to begin? Where to begin? Let me start by saying, and I can't even say Democrats. I can't even say Democrats. I have to say, I have to take that entire group, that entire hodgepodge of individuals, and place them in the category of the left. Okay? So, for reference, anytime you guys hear me say the left, I am talking about Democrats, progressives, liberals that are far left leaning, anybody that belongs to any intersectional group, and I'm talking about the majority of the black community. So whenever I say the left, that's the group of people I'm talking about. Okay? In addition to that, whenever I say the left, I'm also talking about people that are mentally ill, people who have a genuine dislike and hatred for logic and common sense, people who are anti-God, anti-spirituality, and people that pretty much hate everything that came before that we all consider to be normal. Okay? So, I feel the need to say that because I never really went into detail about what I mean when I say the left, right? Because what I mean may not necessarily mean what other people, what other people mean, you feel me? But the first thing that we have to address the absolute despicable nature of the left. Shout out to Bishop J. Jermaine. He said this is a donation before you get into the meat in this conversation. Appreciate you, fam. The very first thing that we have to address the despicable nature of the left, right? Because the moment that Charlie Kirk lost his life, everyone on the left, those that weren't celebrating, okay, because we gotta chop the left up into two different groups when we're talking about this, right? When it comes to the subject of Charlie Kirk, we got to divide the left into two different groups, okay? So when it comes to the Charlie Kirk situation, you have the left that are the ones that are easily indoctrinated, easily manipulated. Shout out to King Cato. He said, for the fuel for the anger. Easily indoctrinated, easily manipulated, and too stupid to realize or understand that it may be in poor taste to turn on a camera, celebrate a man's death, and then post it to the internet. So let's rewind, because I need y'all to really understand this, right? When it comes to the Charlie Kirk situation, we have to split the left into two categories. The first category is those that are easily radicalized, the individuals that are easily programmed, the individuals that are impressionable, the individuals that have bought into all of this new age progressive crap, The individuals who have been lied to and they don't know they've been lied to. In other words, they're true believers. They believe wholeheartedly in the agenda of the left. They believe the world would be a better place if everyone was like everyone on the left, right? The same people that are too stupid, and this is the reason why I know they're true believers and easily manipulated, easily indoctrinated, is because they're too stupid to realize that it would be in poor taste to fire up a live stream or to go on camera and basically tell the world, right, that they are happy that someone lost their life. Okay? The other portion of the left are those that are much more sinister. Now, whether they actually believe in their agenda or not is neither here nor there. But this is the group that probably is happy about him losing his life, but they're smart enough not to show everybody. They're smart enough not to go on camera and tell everyone. However, they will come on camera and immediately start doing damage control. Okay? This is the reason why I believe this group is the smarter group, because they're not going to expose their hand. What they're going to do is they're going to come online and go on news media outlets, and they're going to try to do damage control for what the rest of the idiots did, right? Which anybody with common sense would know that that's poor taste to do something like that, right? Even if that's what you're thinking. Shout out to C-Baller, said there are people on Facebook saying Charlie got deleted by one of his own. Charlie was a piece of garbage. These people were supposedly my friends, not anymore. I know that's right. Shout out to Bishop J. Jermaine, said I'm puzzled because Negroes are mad and are acting like Charlie made his whole platform about y'all. F out of here. Well, of course, you know, a lot of black people think everything is about them. You know what I'm saying? They believe everything is about them. So now that we've established what I mean when I say the left, and now that we've established that when it comes to Charlie Kirk and the whole Charlie Kirk situation, there's two types of people on the left. The ones that I'm going to focus on at the moment are the smarter ones, the more sinister ones. The moment that the Charlie Kirk situation happened, they immediately jumped on the lying legacy media and started pushing narratives. Some tried to say, well, this happened because of Charlie's rhetoric, right? In other words, implying that he brought this on himself, which is nasty work. That is asinine in and of itself. I don't care what you say or do. If you're not trying to physically harm someone and the other person is defending themselves, you can't make someone shoot you. That's not how that works, okay? And anybody with any logic or common sense knows that, right? Then you have the individuals that want to try to say, well, you know, Tyler Robinson was MAGA because his parents, you know, they are Republicans, and you know, and he used to go hunting back in the day, and you know, just basically trying to use stereotypes in order to label him, right? But here's the only problem, right? And they even said something about one Halloween he had a Trump costume. Yeah, and the costume was one of those costumes that makes it look like he's sitting on Trump's shoulders. And from what I can tell, it looked like Trump had a green face. So I'm pretty sure he didn't wear that costume because he was celebrating Trump. I'm pretty sure he wore that costume because he was making fun of Trump, right? Which is what most people do. We know who are the Trump supporters. If he was a Trump supporter, he would have had on a suit and a blonde wig and all of that, right? Let's just be real, right? So The problem with their logic is that if Tyler was a Trump supporter and he was MAGA and right wing and Republican because his parents were Republican, then why the hell would he shoot Charlie Kirk? Like, my thing is this, and this goes out to Don Lemon and DL Hughley. I swear to God, I wish one of the things that I wish more than anything in this world, right? I wish DL Hughley would shut the fuck up and go back to telling jokes. Like, I am so sick of DL Hughley's political commentary. You have absolutely no freaking idea. I don't know who convinced this Negro that he was a political analyst or a political scientist, but we need to find that person, you know what I'm saying, and let them know that they have unleashed some bullshit on this world, right? So you got Don Lemon, you know, Don Lemon. You got DL Hughley, and you even got Mark Lamont Hill sitting on the Joe Budden podcast talking about the funny thing about this, and I'm so glad about this. He's like, well, I'm not glad about what happened to Charlie Kirk, but I'm glad it came out that Tyler's parents are Republicans, you know, and he even wore a Donald Trump costume one Halloween, you know, so this was definitely a MAGA guy. Like, do y'all really think we're that fucking stupid? You want so desperately to try to push the narrative, and I notice this no matter who it is in mainstream media, you know, I can only imagine who Joe Budden, Mark Lamont Hill, and all of them answer to. You feel me? But they want to push this narrative so bad that it's the right that's violent, that it's MAGA that's violent. But there's only one problem with that entire narrative, right? George Floyd was a nobody. And when I say nobody, I don't mean, I'm not taking away his value as a human being. What I mean is he was not a well-known podcaster or political figure, right? When he lost his life, you fools burned cities to the damn ground. George Floyd didn't even have a following, okay? Charlie Kirk was a well-known political figure, an extremely well-known political figure, right? Who had a following, who had an organization, Turning Point USA. And he loses his life and not a single city has burned down. There has been no violent retaliation of any kind or any sort. And it's almost like you mainstream animals want us to believe your words instead of our lying eyes. You literally have a protest, which really is more like a celebration of life, going on over in the UK. Almost 1 million people chanting Charlie's name. That's another thing they tried to do. They tried to come on the news and say, oh, that was something else. That didn't have anything to do with Charlie. Yo, I'm telling you right now, it is getting to the point where it is fucking disgusting. The way the mainstream media gets up on television day in and day out and just flat out fucking lies to the American people. It is so fucking disgusting. And it needs to come to a stop. It needs to end. It needs to end immediately, right? You got damn near 1 million people over there and nobody's fighting. Nobody's burning down any stores. Nobody's looting any stores. Nobody's doing any of that shit. You literally have people on the right having prayer vigils You literally have people on the right doing videos trying to logically break down why on God's green earth would somebody shoot someone over their opinion. Why would you celebrate it? That is what's going on. I see people on the right trying to have a rational conversation about what just took place, which is horrific. But they want us to believe that, oh, well, he's a MAGA guy. How is he a fucking MAGA guy? How? Two people can be Republicans, and a husband and wife can be Republicans. That does not mean that their children are going to be Republicans. In fact, in this day and age, it is more likely that parents from the Gen X era are more than likely Republicans, and their kids are more than likely leftists. That is logically sound. Now here's where the problem comes in with their entire narrative that has fallen flat. Okay? And it's been, as far as I know, it's been confirmed. As far as I know, it's been confirmed, right? The FBI has had a conversation with Tyler Robinson's partner. Now, from what I understand, his partner is transitioning from male to female, and is part of the furry community. Now the only reason why I even know what the furry community is because of Entourage. In Entourage, there's an episode where they have a bet to see if Turtle can get laid faster than one of the other guys. I can't remember his name at the moment. Y'all forgive me. But this chick tells Turtle and Drama to go to the dry cleaners and pick up an item with the ticket. They go and pick it up, and it's a freaking bunny costume. And Drama's like, oh man, you got a furry. And from what I understood at the time, I didn't even know it was a lifestyle. Back then, from what I understood, it was people that would put on animal costumes, like furry animal costumes, to have sex with each other. So I don't know the ins and outs of that community, and I'm not trying to, I'm just familiar with the idea because of the episode of Entourage, right? So now, and from what I understand, the roommate, which they have not released the roommate's name, but the roommate or the partner is fully cooperating with the FBI and has given the FBI all kinds of information. We're talking text messages, we're talking Discord messages, we're talking strategy, all of that. And they claim they had no idea that Tyler was going to go do that. But now that this has happened, they are fully cooperating with the FBI. So now the things that was written on those casings, the things that was written on the ammo, makes perfect sense. And for those of you that want to try to go the conspiracy route, there has already been expert snipers that have came out and said that was not an expert shot. That's not an expert shot. In fact, there was one sniper that actually consults with the government. He said, this is what he said. He's got massive experience as a sniper. He said the problem was he was on a roof and he's aiming downward, probably on a slant. He didn't compensate for being on a slant. And so because he didn't compensate for being on a slant, he hit the target lower than he probably intended. He probably intended a headshot, right? So me personally, I don't think this is some sort of conspiracy. From what I understand, they said anybody that, you know, has any experience firing a rifle can hit a target from 200 yards. That's not super complicated. That's not difficult to do, right? So what it's starting to look like, is it's starting to, and then on top of that, a lot of people that knew Tyler, they said that he started to get increasingly more political in recent time. Increasingly more political. They're talking like before that, he wasn't really into politics or anything like that, but he started to get increasingly more political, more radicalized politically, right? Shout out to BC, said Charlie discovered the Christian Zionist, blah, blah, blah. People close to Charlie said he was afraid of, that's interesting. So his friends claim that he started getting increasingly more political, but radicalized politically, meaning he was really angry at conservative views, really angry at conservative politics, right? And particularly angry at Charlie Kirk. They're even saying that he was telling everybody, did you know that Charlie Kirk is coming to that university, right? So what it's looking like is this guy who's in a relationship with a person from the trans community, which Charlie Kirk has critiqued on numerous occasions, was offended to the degree where he felt like he needed to do something about it. Now, with that being said, I firmly believe that Tyler would not have been that charged up about it. He may have been angry about it. He may have not liked Charlie Kirk's commentary on that particular community, but I don't care what anybody says. I don't believe that if it hadn't been for the mainstream media creating a politically charged environment and basically putting the battery in the back of every single leftist, I don't believe that this would have happened. Now, I could be wrong. I don't have all of the answers. But I don't believe that this would have happened. I believe this is a result of talking heads, political pundits, influential people creating this doom and gloom scenario that as long as Donald Trump is president and as long as people like Charlie Kirk are speaking, the world is literally going to come to an end. Shout out to King Cato. He said in Louisiana, I hit a target at 400 yards easy, which was basic shot on a steel target. And the reason now with everything that I just said, am I saying that the media is responsible for what Tyler did? No, I can't totally put it on the media because there has to be some personal responsibility. The media did not put the gun in his hand. The media did not make him pull the trigger. So we just got to be clear about that, right? However, I still don't believe that he would have been that charged up if it wasn't for the current political climate that we're in. Now, the sad part about it, shout out to C Baller, he said, look at what the mainstream media did during the pandemic. Yeah. Damn, that just made me lose my freaking thought. What was I saying? We're currently in a politically charged environment where the left is just being gaslit into believing that the world is coming to an end. And it's all, shout out to Avery, and it's all because it's all because the Democrats are sore losers. They are losing their grip. I remember when I was younger, I used to watch, Dragon Ball Z. And there was one scene where Goku was fighting, and he was Super Saiyan, so his powers were off the charts, right? And Master Roshi said something that stuck out to me. He said, sometimes a candle flickers violently right before it goes out. That's what I think is going on right now with the Democrats. I think that they are on their party, not the individuals, but I think that their party is on its last legs. It's like when an animal gets taken out and it just has that last little bit of energy and it just starts kicking violently. Like this is the Democrat Party's candle flickering violently. Shout out to the Supreme View. That's really what this is. Now, shout out to Crossing Island, said there can no longer be left versus right, only good and evil. The people versus the elites, we all need to work together instead of allowing them to divide us. Now, here's the other interesting thing. And this is what, this right here above everything is what really disturbs me more. This is what disturbs me more than anything in this world. What disturbs me more than anything in this world, shout out to KM3 Gaming, is you've got the mainstream media, which I don't believe is responsible for what Tyler did, but I do feel influenced his thought process. Okay, shout out to Shaylin Monk. I do believe that they influenced his thought process, right? And by the way, to everybody, appreciate y'all super chatting. I'll read the super chats in a minute. I got to cook on this, right? So they're not responsible for him personally, because over here in the Beano Nation, we're all about personal responsibility. No matter how you feel, no matter what you're going through, nobody can make you do anything. Okay? Nobody can make you pull a trigger, right? But regardless, I still feel that there was influence there. And I feel that by them constantly just hammering away, like the human mind can only take so much before it snaps, right? And we're seeing it we saw it when Trump got elected. You see all of these people in their car, like just losing their shit, just going crazy, right? Just losing their damn minds and shit, right? And I'm just sitting here looking at it like, yo, this is the result of the media constantly hammering on the public, just hammering. Like, it doesn't work on us, those of us that are conservatives, those of us that are critical thinkers, those of us that have common sense. It's not working on us. But there's a portion of the left it is working on. And every day they're just hammering on them. And then when someone on the left snaps out, and does something violent, the media wants to blame Trump for it. They want to say, oh, well, Trump is the one that created this, politically charged environment. And no, he didn't. No, he didn't. That's y'all doing that. That's y'all. Every time you open your mouth, the word fascism comes out of your mouth. Every time you get on a platform or on a news show, it's a threat to our democracy. We're in a constitutional crisis. Like you have people so scared that the country the world is coming to an end that they literally are talking about, I'm leaving the country. You got people wanting to uproot their entire lives and move to another damn country because of all of the fear mongering. But it's even worse. It's even worse than that, right? It's even worse than that, because what's really disturbing me about all of this, the moment that Charlie Kirk lost his life, you got the people that's celebrating it, which they're fools. A lot of them losing their jobs, and rightfully so. That's the game that y'all wanted to play. So guess what? You wanted to play that game, play by that game, right? Because they're the ones, you're the ones that started cancel culture. We didn't start cancel culture. Okay? I never thought that a person should lose their job for their opinion. But it's hilarious to see all of you individuals online crying about losing your job, talking about I shouldn't have to lose my job over my opinion. Well, guess what? Charlie Kirk shouldn't have to fucking lost his life over his damn opinion. I'm going to say that again, because I see a bunch of y'all online crying about losing your job. You had the nerve to get on camera in tears and look at the camera and say, y'all got me fired. I shouldn't have to lose my job over my opinion. Well, guess what? Charlie Kirk should not have to have lost his life over his opinion. So if you don't have any remorse for Charlie losing his life over his opinion, why the fuck do you think we would care about you losing your job over your damn opinion? At least you're still alive. If you have a wife, at least you can hug your wife. At least she can hug you. If you have children, at least your children can still spend time with you. At least you can still spend time with your children. You can get another job. Charlie can't get another life. But you guys started this. There used to be a time we could come online, we could say whatever we wanted. You didn't have to worry about losing your job. You didn't have to worry about losing your life. Y'all started this. Y'all started this goofy crap. Got us to the point where we can't even get online and talk like normal human beings. I have to say words like unalived. We can't even talk like normal human beings. And if you think it's not affecting us, I have caught myself saying unalived in a conversation offline. I wasn't even on a live stream. This is how invasive these ideas are. So much so that I won't even be on a live stream and I'll catch myself trying to censor my language. And let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you some shit. And this is the truth. Anytime you can control the way people speak, you're basically controlling the culture. The moment that you start changing the way people speak, you're literally changing the culture, and not necessarily for the good. But I digress on that. You got the people that's, they got up here celebrating, which is some demonic shit in and of itself, right? And they're upset because they're losing their jobs, right? Oh, well, you did it. We didn't do it. And then you got the people that's trying to rationalize why Charlie Kirk lost his life. That above everything. That above everything is crazy to me. That above everything. The fact that you have people trying to rationalize with a straight face, key figures, getting on television and rationalizing why the man lost his life. And I'm just sitting there looking like, damn, I get it. You don't agree with him. You don't agree with his talking points. You don't agree with his politics. But for the love of God, can't you just say that was horrible and it shouldn't have happened and fucking leave it at that? Why is it so difficult for those of you on the left just to come on camera and say, I don't condone that shit. That shit was wrong and it shouldn't have happened. Full stop. Why do you have to try to make it, oh, well, he said this and I'm gonna tell you something else. The number of you that are misquoting him is crazy. You had somebody say, well, he said he don't believe in empathy. Yeah, finish his statement. What else did he say? Charlie Kirk said he didn't believe in empathy. He felt that empathy was a new age made up word because empathy implies that you can feel what someone else is feeling. He said he much prefers the word sympathy over empathy. Instead of quoting one half of what he said, which is what you always do with Donald Trump, quote the entire thing. And then some of you talking about well, Charlie said he agreed with public executions. Okay, what does that have to do with him being shot? Cause Angry Man, it's a public execution. Did he say he believes in public executions of innocent people? No, he did not. The only problem with your logic in saying that Charlie said he believes in public executions is that Charlie didn't do anything to be publicly executed. Like, are you serious? What is wrong with y'all? You're mad that he said that if he got on a plane and he saw a black pilot, he would question his credentials? Motherfucker, I would too. Why? Is it because I'm racist? No, it's because I don't typically see black pilots. But if you go back and look at the whole situation with the DEI hiring that Joe Biden did, I could see why that would be a concern. Like, real talk. And it's not just limited to a black man. If I got on a plane and I looked in the cockpit and there was a white guy that was a pilot sitting in the pilot seat, and I looked, he had his sleeves rolled up and there was tats all on his arm, I would wonder about his qualifications too. There's a number of reasons why. There's a number of reasons why. But if you want to make him out to be a racist, have at it. But I don't remember him calling for the sterilization of black people. You feel me? Margaret Sanger wanted to exterminate black people. Y'all still go to Planned Parenthood. Am I wrong? And now on top of this, you got women going online talking about some, you know what I'm tired of? I'm tired of the men, taking people out. Because the moment something happens, we know it's a man that did it. We know it's a man that did it because women don't stop. Cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out. Yeah, we know. Women don't typically do what Tyler Robinson did. In fact, here's the thing. Here's the thing about men. Here's the thing about men. Yeah, you're right. Women don't typically do what Tyler Robinson did. You feel me? You know why? Because women, they usually take people out when they still children. Or even before they're born. So cut it out. This whole narrative that it's only men that are out here committing violent crimes and engaging in I guess the TV show Snap doesn't even exist. Shit is ridiculous, bro. Shit is beyond ridiculous. But anyway, let me not get on a tangent about that. Getting back to the getting back to this whole thing, man. I saw somewhere somebody was talking about that particular community that Tyler Robinson was allegedly defending. This is what happens when a protected class of people start doing things in an environment where you can't say anything about them. The person that went to that Christian church recently, weren't they part of that community? The person that jumped up on stage and tried to attack Dave Chappelle, what community were they part of? I heard somebody say, and I don't know how true it is, I heard somebody say that the last few shootings were individuals from a particular community. I don't know how true that is. I hope it's not true. But the amazing thing is, it's not getting the attention that it deserves, because every time something happens, they want to put it on the right. They want to put it on conservatives. They want to put it on Republicans. You know, it's Donald Trump's fault. He created this environment. Donald Trump did the same exact thing that Charlie Kirk did. You don't hate Donald Trump because he's doing something to destroy the country. You hate Donald Trump because you didn't want him to be president, and he ended up becoming president. The same way you don't hate Charlie Kirk because he was doing something to destroy anybody or anything. You hate Charlie Kirk because Charlie Kirk was existing with it and with an opinion that you didn't agree with. And now the mainstream media wants to pretend that none of their rhetoric has anything to do with any of this. They want to sit up here and just flat out lie and say that, oh, he's a MAGA guy. Based on what proof? Based on what proof? Because if you look at the proof, if you look at everything that's came out thus far, that tracks, that lines up, it points to a very different narrative than the one that you guys are trying to push in the mainstream media.
Your sausage McMuffin with egg didn't change. Your receipt did. The sausage McMuffin with egg extra value meal includes a hash brown and a small coffee for just $5. Only at McDonald's for a limited time.
Prices and participation may vary.
And like I said before, the fact that y'all are going that hard in the paint to try and lie, I keep seeing people online saying something, and I'm really starting to believe that it's true. This isn't about black and white. This isn't about left or right. This isn't about red or blue. This isn't about Republican or Democrat. It's not about conservative or liberal. It's not about traditional or progressive. It's simply about good and evil. And I don't give a damn what nobody said. If you're celebrating this man losing his life for having an opinion, you're evil. I don't give a shit what nobody say. I don't care what nobody say. Now, before some of you come up here and try to be like, well, what about George Floyd? I didn't celebrate George Floyd losing his life. In fact, I'm one of the people that said Derek Chauvin was dead wrong I was one of the people that said, if you got the man handcuffed, why the hell do you have your knee on his neck? So you can't come in here and try to hit me with the, oh, you a sellout and you a coon. You can't hit me with that shit. Because I don't believe anybody should have their life taken unnecessarily. If George Floyd was doing whatever, if you got him cuffed up, it is not on the cop to issue a death sentence. It's not. That man's still supposed to have his day in court. And what he was arrested for was definitely not something that would constitute a death sentence. Okay? So that's where I land on the George Floyd situation. And I don't give a damn if he was a criminal. I don't give a damn if he was a drug addict. I don't care about any of that shit. I don't care about any of that shit. Because I'm only looking at what happened in that moment. And in that moment, there was no need for him to have his knee on his neck. That's just how I feel about that shit. Now, some of y'all are going to disagree, and you're entitled to disagree. You're entitled to your opinion, but that's my opinion. And it's no different than, and Charlie Kirk, he's not going to fall into the same category as George Floyd. Not because one is white and one is black, but because Charlie Kirk was not being arrested. Charlie Kirk was, speaking to college students. And he got taken out for having a damn opinion. For having an opinion, which is... to this day, that is foul. All I know is this. There's a whole lot of people that need to be canceled. There's a whole ton of people that need to be canceled. And before you say, come on, Angry Man, why we gonna cancel people? Hey, look, I didn't open that door. They opened that door. They opened that door. They're the ones that decided that people could be canceled for having opinions. They're the ones that decided we shouldn't be allowed to say this or say that, and this word is problematic and that word is problematic. They're the ones that did that. They're the ones that did that. I'm not in my feelings to that degree. Because I don't come from that era. I come from the era where you say what the fuck you want to say. You say what you want to say, and it just is what it is at the end of the day. And like I said in my YouTube short earlier today, don't you find it interesting that things were less politically charged and less violent back when we could say whatever we wanted to say? Don't you realize that in this day and age, with all the changes that the left is making to try to make the world a better place, they're fucking the world up? Has anybody noticed that? Has anybody noticed that? I forgot what movie it was, what movie or TV show it was, but they said something similar, something to the effect of, I don't think we can survive you making the world better. That's how I feel about the left. Our culture, our society, it can't survive you guys making the shit better. I would much prefer that you left it the fuck alone. Because the truth of the matter is, before Obama got into office and ushered in all of this intersectional bullshit, things were just fine. Of course, I'm talking about before the housing crisis, but everything was just fine. Shit was fine in the 90s. We didn't have any of these problems. In the 90s, everybody knew what a woman was. In the 90s, we didn't have to worry about dudes wanting to be in female spaces. We didn't have to worry about females wanting to be in guy spaces. The Boy Scouts could be the Boy Scouts, and the Girl Scouts could be the Girl Scouts. And now, everything is offensive. Everything. Like they literally have the entire world walking on eggshells. And if you just happen to be the type of man that has the temerity to not walk on eggshells, oh, well, you're a bigot. You're a racist. You're a coon. You're a sellout. Or whatever other word they want to come up with to try to shame you out of your common sense and your damn opinion. This shit is pathetic, man. This shit is pathetic. And you know what? Let me tell you. Let me tell you how I really feel about all of this shit. Let me tell you how I really feel, right? We got to stop walking on eggshells. We got to stop coddling these people. And when I say these people, I'm talking about the left. I'm talking about the left. I'm talking about the left. We got to stop. We got to stop. One, we got to stop entertaining the bullshit. We got to stop entertaining it. We got to stop entertaining the bullshit. We got to stop bending over backwards and kowtowing to shit that we don't agree with. I'm not saying that anybody needs to get violent. What I'm saying is we have to stop entertaining it on an intellectual level. We got to stop. Okay? Because right now, what you call tolerance is really enablement. What you call tolerance is really enabling bad actors, enabling bad behavior. And then when the shit hits the fan, so I'm gonna tell you what's really going on, right? The left is the female of political ideology. I'm gonna say that again. The left is the female. If the right and the left had a gender, the right would be male and the left would be female. If the political parties had a gender, the Republicans would be male and the Democrats would be female. And just like the women of our world, the left and the Democrats refuse to take accountability for anything. The same way in the world that we live in, it's either a man's fault or it's the man and woman's fault. It's never the woman's fault by herself. And it's the same thing with the left. It's either the right's fault or it's the fault of the right and the left. It's never the left's fault by itself. Right now, as we speak, when they're saying, well, look, you know, they are charging people up politically. They are putting a battery in people's back with all of this rhetoric. They're like, well, the right does it too. What individuals on the right are going around engaging in violence simply because the right is talking shit? Who? only example you can give us is January 6th. That's all you can do. And not to go into detail about what happened that day, but I was covering it. I was streaming it live. I saw what they were doing. And I can tell you what they didn't do. I can tell you what they didn't do. What they didn't do, they didn't burn nothing down. Far as I know, the only thing that got messed up that day, a window got broken, some people's desks got messed up, but they wasn't burning cities down. And I tell you something else too. They didn't burn cities down and then have political figures bail them the fuck out of jail. In fact, the damn January 6 people couldn't get bailed out. They snatched them up and threw them in a hole and left them there. Meanwhile, the left, they literally was able to go burn cities down and then get bailed out by freaking politicians. And I knew years ago when they first started that Black Lives Matter shit, I knew they were going to be a problem. I knew it. And not only did I knew they were going to be a problem, I knew that Black Lives Matter, was going to set black people back hundreds of years. I knew it was going to happen. I said, because they're full of shit, they are going to make all of black people's progress for racial equality null and void. Because I knew with Black Lives Matter, they were going to race bait and they were going to charge everything up racially and blame everything on race to the point that when somebody black actually goes through something racist, no one's going to take it seriously. Black Lives Matter is the boy that cried wolf. That's what they're the equivalent of. And I know their organization ain't about shit, because even though they tried to take it off the mission statement, the original mission statement didn't even include black men. When they talked about the black family, they talked about women and children like a fucking hyena clan. And the name by itself is diabolical. The name by itself is diabolical. Black Lives Matter. Of course, Black Lives Matter. Everybody's lives matter, right? But see, by calling it Black Lives Matter, that gives you the very name Black Lives Matter is a race baiting name. Because you got Black Lives Matter, the organization, and then you got Black Lives Matter, the sentiment. So if someone white doesn't agree with the organization and someone black says, hey, do you agree with Black Lives Matter? And if a white person says, well, no, I don't agree with that. You don't think Black Lives Matter? See how that works? Then the white guy's like, no, I don't agree with the organization. No, you don't think that Black Lives Matter. Like, yo, that name is almost as diabolical as the concept of racism itself. Like, seriously, that fucking name is diabolical, bro. That name is diabolical. Which is why I never agreed with it. I never agreed with that concept as an organization, right? I didn't think we needed to say Black Lives Matter. I didn't think we needed to say that. I thought that was obvious. But the only thing that Black Lives Matter did is it racially radicalized the youth. That's what it did. It racially radicalize the youth and set them up for failure. And I don't give a shit what nobody say. I feel like Black Lives Matter is the reason that young black people felt that they were entitled to burn cities and loot stores. And some people gonna say, well, why does it matter if they loot stores? Those stores are insured and they have millions of dollars and they have plenty of merchandise. Well, I don't expect you to feel any type of way about stores being looted because you probably never fucking owned nothing. You probably never started a business from the ground up and worked your ass off to build a brand, and then all of a sudden here comes some assholes that want to break in your store and steal shit. But this whole situation with this guy, it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me because you have created an environment with a group of people, the left, which oftentimes the younger people are part of the left. You have created an environment where there's no accountability. You've created an environment with no cash bail, with these policies that they have in these blue states of people can go in a store and steal shit and they tell the damn employees not to do nothing about it. Like you've literally encouraged anarchy. You've encouraged lawlessness. And then you're shocked when somebody thinks that they can climb on a roof and shoot somebody over an opinion. You've literally created an environment where nobody is being held accountable for their damn actions. Well, if they're on the left, they're not. Because let's just be real. If this was somebody on the right, okay? If this was somebody on the right that had a bunch of bullet casings that had Christian inscriptions on it, like the number of a Bible verse, and if it had John 3:16 or you know wrote traditionalism on it, and they went to some event and shot someone from the left, oh my God, oh my God, y'all be burning cities down right now. Y'all be burning cities down right now. And the irony of it is this. The irony they always say that for every action there's an opposite but equal reaction. Right? Well, I believe the same way that the George Floyd situation charged all you demons up and got you on some bullshit, I believe that the Charlie Kirk situation is going to have the complete opposite effect. That's what I believe. That's what I believe. I believe that the Charlie Kirk situation is the right's version of the George Floyd situation. The only difference is it's going to be an equal but opposite reaction. So right now, instead of people protesting and looting and robbing and burning cities to the ground the way they did with George Floyd, people are taken to the streets to do prayer vigils. People are taken to the streets to truly celebrate Charlie's life instead of using his life as an excuse the way that the left used George Floyd as an excuse to destroy shit. That's what I believe personally. That's what I believe personally. And I'm gonna tell you something else too. I feel like it makes the left angry that the right doesn't react the way they do. It makes them angry because they want so desperately. See, I'm gonna tell you something right now. They wish that when this situation happened, they wish the Proud Boys would have came out and just did some violent shit. You feel me? And here's my question. Here's my question, right? If the right is so racist and Charlie Kirk is so racist, where's the Klan at? Where's the Klan at? Or, and just hear me out, or is your lefty organizations the modern day equivalent of the Klan? Is your modern day organizations that burn cities down, that act a fool, or are they the modern day equivalent of the Klan? Yeah. Just something to think about. Just something to think about. Just something to think about. Yo, if you're just coming in here, man, make sure that you're hitting the like button. Make sure you're hitting the like button. Make sure you're putting the Beano Shields in the chat. Make sure you're hitting the Cash App and supporting the show. $ Fuel the Anger, $ The Angry Man. Yo, we need 20 people to hit the Cash App and support the show. And we definitely need some sponsors, man. We definitely need some sponsors. And you know, TMZ, they got caught in a lie. They got caught in a lie because they was lying through their teeth. They was standing there filming, and those people in the back, yes, they were watching a car chase. But in the midst of the car chase, the reporter announced that Charlie Kirk died. And it was at that moment that they started cheering. And I'm going to tell you something right now. Harvey over there at TMZ, if he has any sense, he'll fire every last one of those people. If he has any, I like how he tried to clean it up. I like how he tried to use his lawyer skills and try to clean it up and shit. But nah, ain't nobody falling for that, bro. Ain't nobody falling for that. You live in a different age now. It's much harder to spin shit than it was back in the day. You live in a different age now, because the moment you said, oh, they were looking at a car chase in California, so the internet detectives immediately was on it. Let's go pull up this car chase and see what the hell was going on in the car chase that made everybody cheer. Absolutely nothing. Nothing was going on in that car chase. It was the reporter that was covering the car chase that interrupted the car chase to announce that Charlie Kirk had lost his life, and they started cheering. And it doesn't surprise me, because they're over there in California. They're over there in lefty land. Okay? So that doesn't shock me. They're over there in lefty land. They're over there in lefty land where that type of thing is tolerated, right? But all of these things that have come out about Tyler Robinson. It's really unfortunate because now that we know a lot of the details, we know definitively that this is some shit that could have been avoided. That man did not have to lose his life. Charlie Kirk did not have to lose his life. He didn't. He did not have to lose his life. He didn't have to lose his life. And like I said the other day, right? I said this the other day. And this is just real. At some point in our current society, we are going to have to start taking mental illness seriously. We're going to have to stop pretending that certain people are not mentally ill. We're going to have to stop, because this is just going to keep getting worse until we address this mental illness epidemic that is going on in this country. Until we address this mental illness epidemic that's going on in this country, these things, they're just going to keep getting worse. They're going to keep getting worse. All right, so we're going to read some of these super chats. Real quick. See what y'all talking about. Let's see. Shout out to KMG Gaming. Appreciate you. Shout out to, let's see, Shaylin Monk. Shout out to Vic Zam 9. Said the word you're looking for is death throes. I appreciate that. Shout out to Anima. Said the crazy part is they consider Kirk far right. They have no idea how bad extremely far right would actually be. Nah, they don't. They don't. Shout out to Mac Moose. Said the media is that friend at the bar talking about you just gonna let him step on your shoe and walk away like that? Absolutely. Shout out to Omni. Omni says, so the shooter was, you know what? Oh shit. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. Shout out to JB2. Said, don't start no stuff, won't be no stuff. Kratz. Appreciate you. Demon Kratz. Shout out to Mr. GI for the membership. Bishop J. Jermaine said, bruh, I have to watch what I say and how I move because my job is watching what I say because DEI and whatever the F. That's crazy. Shout out to Cody. Said, we live in a time where we can't even have an intellectual conversation or have a debate. No common sense whatsoever. Yep. Shout out to Mac Moose. He said, shout out to all the B-dubs that got laid off this year. Plenty of positions just open for them. Shout out to Limo Man. Limo Man said, thank you. I don't know who you are. This love came across my feed. So you say people crying saying I shouldn't have lost my job for my opinion, but Charlie lost his life. Thank you, sir. This is a sad time. Yeah, shout out to Jessica Rabbit. Said, I was modding earlier and was told I should catch what Charlie caught. Wow, that's crazy. Shout out to One Mike. Said they are rationalizing because they deep down know it's wrong, but they feel hate and have cognitive dissonance. Yeah, shout out to Dartleg. Said didn't he also say that some deaths to gun violence are okay to preserve the Second Amendment? Yeah, he did say that, but you're taking that out of context, my friend. He didn't say that those people shouldn't be mourned. What he was basically saying was, anytime you have a society where we have a Second Amendment right to have guns, you're gonna have gun casualties. And he didn't say anything about those people deserve that. And he definitely didn't say that those people shouldn't be mourned. Shout out to Crossing Island, said mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent. Vic Vam said 1 to 3 million self-defense uses of guns happen every year. 50 to 60% of them, the defensive user doesn't even shoot. The brandishing is enough. Net positive for 1 to 3 million people to save their own lives. Dartleg said, why do you think the Melissa Hortman and her husband got deleted in their house back? I have absolutely no idea. Y'all kill me coming in here with topics that's going to take us in a whole different direction. Shout out to Cody, said we can't even say homeless anymore. Yeah, it's crazy. Shout out to Spade 2W. Shout out to Spade 2W again, said was taken out because of his effectiveness and would have likely been the president based on the age group he was reaching out to. Yeah. Shout out to Stony for the membership. Shout out to Zero Fallout, said the disgusting part of these people being fired is many of them are teachers. These are the people teaching your kids. This is why kids are so messed up today. Facts. Shout out to the lowly one, said, and car chase never end well. Who cares? Who cheers that on? Cap. Exactly. Shout out to Sage Talk Media, said that's a topic I think you should do a show on. Is the left the new Klan? Woo! Appreciate that. Shout out to Focus. Focus said, notice how the LBGs are distancing from the TQIA plus. Even they are calling it quits. Yeah. Shout out to PJ, said Turning Point is no longer a movement. It's now a prophecy. Woo. Shout out to Mama, said he also said second 2A is to protect you against our government if they turn on us. Yeah. The ridiculousness of them celebrating. Here's the thing, right? So we all know that during the election, because of the horrible job that Joe Biden did as president, because of the constant gaslighting of the mainstream media, the constant lies that we, the American people, knew were lies, they literally converted people from Democrat to Republican, which is why Trump won by such big numbers. Not to mention the amount of young people that Charlie Kirk converted just from him going to college campuses and having conversations with them and informing them of what's really going on, right? And challenging their worldview. Now, you literally have people, not just Democrats, but people that consider themselves on the left saying, you know what, I'm through. I'm done. It wasn't, here's the interesting thing about it. It wasn't even Charlie Kirk's death that was the straw that broke the camel's back. It was the lefties celebrating it. It was the lefties celebrating it. Them celebrating it was the straw that broke the camel's back. I can't name how many videos I've seen of people on the left, Democrats, saying, you know what, I'm done. I'm through with the party. I'm through with it, because on the one hand, you got that one portion that I told you about, because like I said, there's two groups in the left. There's the group that was celebrating it, and there was the group that was justifying it, right? So the group that was celebrating it, in addition to the group that was justifying it, it literally made people wash their hands. Like, they said, I'm done. I'm done. Because guess what? Here's something that y'all don't realize. Here's something that the left doesn't realize. Not everybody that's God-fearing is on the right. There's people on the left that are God-fearing. There are people on the left that are religious. There are people on the left that are decent human beings. There are people on the left that have common sense. Not everybody on the left is a damn radical. And so for y'all to be running around celebrating a man's death, laughing about it, and then pretending like you're justified in laughing about it, you have no idea how many people you pissed off. You have no idea how many people are disgusted with you. Absolutely no idea. You have no idea how many people are disgusted with you. No idea how many people are like, okay. And look, I'm gonna tell you something right now. I thought about this early today, because I've been consuming videos about it and seeing what everybody's commentary is about it or whatever. And you know what I said? There has never been a time in my life that I was more certain that I'm on the right side of history than right now. There has never been a time in my life that I was more certain that I'm on the right side of history than right now. Because it is plain. It is right there in your face. It is right there in your face, because I still cannot comprehend how someone, and look, I'm gonna tell you something else too. And I hate to have to say this. Right? But I gotta say it. I'm a former street dude. I done ripped and ran the streets as a young man. I have seen plenty of violence. I have engaged in violence. I have seen friends get locked up, go to prison. I have seen friends that lost their lives. I have been through it. Okay? I have been through it. And when I sit back and I look at all of the people that come online and they're laughing about Charlie Kirk, they're celebrating that he got shot, all it tells me is that you powder puff ass snowflakes have never been through shit in your life. You've lived in a bubble for your whole entire fucking life. Because if you had ever been around any type of real violence, if you had ever witnessed anybody get shot in real time in front of you, you've ever witnessed people mourning the loss of somebody that lost their lives to gun violence, or a soldier that didn't come home from the military, from war, you wouldn't play with death like that. That's playing with death. That is not something to celebrate. It's not something to laugh about. That shit is serious. That shit is serious. That shit is real. In fact, little buddy Tyler Robinson, he about to find out just how real it is when he get to prison. When he get to prison, I imagine he's probably finding out right now. He's probably finding out right now behind bars. But when he gets to prison, he's going to find out how real it is. Because trust and believe, it ain't like he got away with something. He is about to experience a hell with which he has never in his life could ever comprehend. But the people that I see, I know what this is. Y'all, these are entitled, pampered people. A lot of these people that's celebrating this, I guarantee you most of them have never even been in a fist fight. I guarantee you. And you want to know what's funny about it? They're the same group of people that if they got into an argument with you and you punched them in their face, they would be crying victim and claiming that we don't live in a society now where people handle their problems that way. The same, this is what's so ironic to me about this group, because I know this group. I listen to how they talk. This is the use your words group. This is the you're not emotionally intelligent group. This is the we shouldn't spank our kids group. So to have you online celebrating somebody getting the worst type of violence, which is getting shot, there's never been a worse type of hypocrite in the history of our world. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. Tell y'all something that I know for a fact, right? Tell y'all something that I know for a fact. Anybody that has ever been around any real violence, anybody that has ever experienced any of that type of shit, they do not take this type of shit lightly. They don't take this type of shit lightly. The only people that's taking it lightly are the people. See, here's the thing. It's not real for them. It's not real for them. Did they see Charlie Kirk lose his life on a video? Absolutely. The same way they see people lose their life on a video game. The same way they see people lose their life in a movie. It's not real to them. It's not real to them. See, it's real when you see it right in front of your face. When you see it right in front of your face, you never forget it. See, there's a difference. See, when you see it on your phone, on TV, yeah, it's disturbing, but there's an element that's missing. See, if you're standing right there when Charlie got shot, the element that's missing is the fear that you're going to be next. If you're somewhere and there's an active shooter.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning when I say insurance.
And they shoot somebody that's somewhere in the crowd that you're in. You don't know if they're going to keep shooting or not. And the only thing that's going to save you in that situation is not going to be tactical training. It's going to be prayer. It's going to be God. That's the only thing that's going to save you in that situation, because that dude on that roof, he could have kept shooting. He could have been one of those types. He could have kept shooting. He could have kept shooting. It's different. It is different when you are right there when it happens. I cannot name how many times I've been somewhere and people started shooting. It's different. It's different. And anybody that has ever experienced it, we don't take that shit lightly. We don't take that shit lightly. And we damn sure don't sit around celebrating somebody getting shot. We don't do that. Only the worst of us do that. Only the worst of us do that. Only the worst of us do that. Now, some people would say, well, why are people like that nowadays? Why would they celebrate this guy, Tyler Robinson, shooting Charlie Kirk? Why is this so light to them? I'm going to tell you why. When was the last time we had a war touch this soil? When was the last time we had a war touch this soil? Shout out to Cody, said, I had a few close calls. See, the people of today, they haven't experienced no real shit. As much as they run around talking about Trump as a fascist, he's not. As much as they run around talking about we're in a war right now, you're not. You're not. You're absolutely not. The complaints of the left in 2025 are light work compared to what's going on in an active war zone. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, if you were in an active war zone, you wouldn't be acting the way you're acting, because war and violence and those type of things, when it comes to your doorstep, it has a tendency of making you get your shit together mentally, instead of running around here crying like a bunch of spoiled fucking children that can't have your damn way. And how do I know that? Because you sat up there and celebrated Charlie losing his life, and then when you lost your job, now all of a sudden you want some fucking empathy. Now all of a sudden you want somebody well, that's not fair. You think him losing his life was fair? You think, what do you think his wife thinks? Do you think she think it's fair? Do you think his innocent children think it's fair? They're going to grow up not knowing him. They're going to grow up and have to hear stories about their father instead of being able to experience their father. And you running around here celebrating this shit. It's beyond disgusting. It's beyond disgusting, man. This shit is beyond disgusting, man. It makes me sick to my stomach when I think about it. I ain't even gonna front. Shout out to D-Rock Den. He said AMG, BP, and Democrats showed who they are. Yeah, they did. They absolutely did. Shout out to Dark Power. Shout out to Bree C. Says support for the stream. Let's see. Shout out to Malika. He said on your left and right, good brother. Appreciate you. Shout out to Big Mike. He said the rhetoric needs accountability. That's facts. That's facts, bro. That's facts. Shout out to James. He said America will never be the same. You got that right. Let's see. Shout out to my man Aaron. He said, sent you an email. Sorry, typed it on my phone while helping my friend clean up a house he rented to Section 8. They destroyed it in a year. It's not surprising. Hood Rat is a good name. We're using engine degreaser to clean the kitchen. Damn. Shout out to Dawn. Dawn said, thanks. I appreciate you, Dawn. Shout out to Living Supreme. He says, shout out to Gen X and millennials on the Cusp, appreciate you. Shout out to Burnell for being a sponsor of the show. He said true broadcast worth of support. Appreciate you. Shout out to Aaron again. Aaron said the guy who pulls iron or a blade first is weak. The guy who pulls iron or Q blade last is the one, says the man who ran around East Albuquerque as a boy and went to actual war. CPTSD is real. Trust and believe. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's the problem. We now have a portion of the American public that is extremely entitled and spoiled. Extremely entitled and spoiled. And by the way, we need 10 people on the Cash App side, guys, and we need to get the likes up. We need 10 people on the Cash App side, and we need to get the likes up. Yeah, but that's what we dealing with. We dealing with a bunch of spoiled brats. And the Democrat machine is enabling those spoiled brats by basically telling them you can show out. You're not going to be held accountable. That's what we dealing with. That's what we dealing with, and it's sad. It's really sad. Say get the belt. Absolutely. Absolutely. Said narcissistic spoiled brats. Absolutely. Absolutely. Henry said, what in the hell are you talking about? Damn, you a clown. Well, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching, Henry. And thank you for showing everybody you're a demon. Let me tell you something. Any of you individuals that like that Charlie Kirk got shot, I don't expect you to get along with me. And I don't expect you to like me. Because I'm not cool with demons. Never have been. You feel me? Never have been. What I suggest for you, Henry, is I suggest you get your mind right. That's what I suggest. That's what I suggest. I suggest you get your mind right, Henry. Because you got shit twisted. You got shit all the way twisted. Shout out to Wilderness Voice for the membership. That's all this is doing. All it's doing is just showing everybody who's who. That's all it is. It's just showing everybody who's who. The shroud has fallen. Ain't that what Yoda said? The shroud has fallen. Fallen, the shroud has. Shout out to Mama. Said, I don't have money on Cash App. 9 to go, people. Appreciate you. Shout out to Wilderness Voice. Said, did you hear about the teachers in Toronto that showed the video of Charlie's assassination in her classroom of third graders over and over talking about, wow. She don't just need to be fired. She need to be arrested. She need to be arrested. That's crazy. Told you, man, something wrong with these people, bro. These people are sick. These people are sick. And here's the funny thing. How she gonna show the video trying to demonstrate fascism? In that instance, Charlie ain't the one that's the fascist. In that instance, Charlie's not the one that's the fascist. The person pulling the trigger is the fascist. That's what fascists do. They take people's lives so that they can silence the opposition. That's what a fascist does. That's the irony of it. They act like we don't know the definition of fascism. Shout out to Amy. Appreciate you. Said, who here got the memorial merch? Well, I'm not going to have any Charlie merch because I don't think, like, I didn't know that man. So I'm not going to try to capitalize off of his demise like that. I'm not. I might talk about this. Shout out to Amy. I might talk about this, and yeah, I might make money on my stream, but I'm not going to print up a bunch of Charlie Kirk shirts and try to make money off of him like that. I'm not going to do that. Said his wife is selling merch. Yeah, you can go to that site. Go to whatever site. I guess Turning Point USA. Said, why would he have a bullet casing engraved fascist? Catch this, because the media keeps telling him that Trump and Charlie Kirk and people like that are fascists. That's why he did it. That's why he did that. That's why he did that. Let me ask you a question, T. If somebody writes something on a bullet and then shoots somebody, does that mean they're whatever was written on that bullet? Trust. I mean, I'm asking you the question. It's kind of rhetorical, but I can't possibly believe that you're that slow. I can't possibly believe that you're that slow. Matter of fact, Beano Nation, answer this question for me. Have we had trolls in the chat room this stream? I don't know. We're up to 174,000 views. The average person is viewed for like 1 minute and 15 seconds. So we've been racking in people coming in and out, in and out. Have we had a bunch of trolls in here? Because I ain't really been paying that much attention. I've been cooking. Oh, we have? Does anybody know what time is the main event between Canelo and Crawford? Does anybody know? Shout out to Life's a Script. Does anybody know? You said watching it right now. So Canelo and Crawford are fighting right now? They fighting right now? Shout out to Rock Mathis. You said next?
In one of the biggest boxing matchups in recent memory. Now, though, co-main event continues here with round 6. Callum Walsh, Fernando Vargas.
Okay, so I'm not going to hold y'all up because I know a lot of y'all probably want to see the fight. I want to see the fight. So shout out to everybody that hung out with me. I appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all go check out my book, The Angry Man Standard, which is available on Amazon. All you gotta do is type The Angry Man Standard in the search bar, and it will come up. If you want to check out the merchandise, all you have to do is click the link on the screen. Shout out to Jody for the membership. Or you can go to shopbenonation.com. Again, that's shopbenonation.com. But other than that, man, salute to everybody that hung out with me. Hope y'all enjoy the fight, and I'm going to holler at y'all tomorrow. Deuces.
Right. Speed it up a little bit. Stop. You're not doing it. Yeah, hold stop. With daily rewards, customers get a free reward every day.
If the so Will was trying to point out that us average every So, last night, I called into my man Will's show, Cellulite Podcast, right? Because a black man, a older black man, right? At least 11 years older than me. Well, no, that's not 11 years. That's 12. It's about 12 years older than me. Called into his show. And the show was about Charlie Kirk. And I didn't get to hear the entire conversation. But the part of the conversation that I came into, the older black man was basically arguing against Will. And the point that Will was trying to make is that ever since the Barack Obama administration, especially in the Biden administration, they were really heavy in their priority to the LGBT community, right? So Will was trying to point out that us average everyday people, we are not that concerned. When I say average everyday people, I mean just the average everyday straight individual is not that focused or not that concerned about the LGBT community, right? Basically on some we live and let live. Nobody's putting their community under any heavy scrutiny, basically, right? But for some odd reason, the Biden administration and previously the Obama administration, they're trying to take the lifestyles of the LGBT community and basically shove it down our throats. Pause, right? So this older black gentleman, and I use the term gentleman loosely, called into his show and basically was trying to argue with him that, you're exaggerating and because basically all of this centered around Charlie Kirk's critique of the trans community, right? Because we all know that he has critiqued those communities. He's never, as far as I've seen, he's never outright condemned those communities. He just said that he doesn't agree with that lifestyle, and he pointed out, the fallacies and some of the logic around some of their ideology, basically, right? So this black gentleman was on Will's show. He had called in, and this brother was really offended. He was really offended, and he was trying to explain that the reason why the LGBT community, the reason why we had to have all of this legislation and all of these movements is because, you know, this is a group of people that was persecuted. I don't know when that took place. I don't remember it. I don't remember it. Now, if somebody can, if somebody has some information that I don't have, you feel me? If you can show me their equivalent of slavery, their equivalent of Jim Crow, their equivalent of Tulsa, Oklahoma, and all of the other various black communities that were destroyed, you know what I'm saying? If you can show me that, then I'll shut up, right? But he was going in on some, well, you know, these are humans. This is a group of people that, you know, are tired of being persecuted, or tired of, you know, people not recognizing their humanity and blah, blah, blah. I mean, he just went on and on and on and on and on, right? And I'm not even gonna lie, it was frustrating to listen to, right? So as he's talking, you know, I start thinking to myself, what is this? Where did this come from? Because I'm noticing online, it's not just that older black gentleman. There's a lot of black men that's deep in they fifis about Charlie Kirk. I saw a video of D.L. Hughley riding in his car talking about how Charlie Kirk was a horrible human being. And I'm like, horrible human being? I mean, damn. And I found it interesting that from D.L. Hughley, or most black people's perspective, George Floyd, who was a drug addict and had a criminal record, wasn't a horrible person. But Charlie Kirk, who was a father and a husband and a political activist, as far as I could tell, that wasn't on any drugs, that wasn't engaging in any criminal activity, he's a horrible person? So I said like David Carroll used to say, you know what, I'm gonna have to take brothers and I'm gonna have to put them under the microscope yet again. I'm gonna have to put them under the microscope yet again so that I can get to the bottom of this, because usually when black folk are angry at anybody and they're using race as the reason for their anger, in this day and age, a lot of times it has absolutely nothing to do with race. There is something hidden a little deeper. So I said, you know what, I'm going to try to examine this. I'm going to try to figure out why black men are so angry with Charlie Kirk. Why are they angry? So, and by the way, I hate to have to do this. I hate to have to do this. I have some very legitimate points that I know for a fact is going to cause me to be labeled a coon. It's going to cause me to be labeled a sellout. And the whole reason why is because you're not going to be able to defeat this logic that I'm about to bring in this, as David Carroll would say, in this masterpiece. Okay. So you might as well go ahead and buckle your seatbelts, Cause we about to go on a ride. We about to go on a freaking journey. You feel me? So I'm sitting there thinking about it, pondering it. The first thing that came to my mind was this, and this is what I can't figure out. This is the first point that I cannot figure out for the world of me, right? Why is it so easy to put a battery in the backs of black men when it comes to everybody's cause except their own? Why are black men so willing to be champions for everyone except themselves and their own communities? Why? I mean, when you really think about it, and this is not based on my logic, this is based on the logic of pro-blacks everywhere, with all of the complaints that black men raise about the black condition, the black community, the state of affairs in black America. You would think you wouldn't have time to be worried about what's going on with other communities. You wouldn't have time to be caping for everybody except yourself. And the reason why this came to my mind is because the first thing that I thought about, the LGBT community, ever since Barack Obama, has by far been one of the most privileged communities in American society. They are hands down the only group of people that you cannot critique, that you cannot call out on any type of negative behavior that they engage in. I mean, they pretty much have carte blanche to do whatever the hell they want to do, regardless of who it affects or who it pertains to. They can, you know, they can go read stories to your children at schools, at elementary schools, without your permission or your knowledge. They can have parades where they are wearing inappropriate attire in public or around children. I mean, they can pretty much do whatever they want to do. Not to mention the fact that they literally have legislation, political advocacy, all number of things in order to protect them from being discriminated against, from being brutalized or you know, to prevent them from being the victims of hate crimes. So what I'm trying to figure out is, black men, why do they need you to defend them? Why is that one of the top priorities on your list? In fact, some of you brothers, y'all going harder for them than you do for black women. And look, I ain't gonna lie. I never thought I would say that, but I gotta say it. I'm gonna say it again. Brothers, some of y'all are going harder in the paint to defend them than you are defending black women. That's just the truth. Now, I'm not saying that, you know, I'm not saying that black women really need any defense. I'm just saying when you compare the two, y'all are going harder in the paint for them. And it's funny to me because, you know, if there's a brother out here that has similar complaints, because let's just be honest, the type of foolishness that black men have had to endure throughout the history of this country, one could argue the point that one of the most persecuted people in this country historically that trophy goes to black men, hands down. So if black men were to raise some concerns or start complaining about their plight or whatever it is they're going through, or to even attempt to take on the mantle of victimhood, it's usually brothers that's standing up telling them to shut the hell up. So what I'm trying to figure out is, how do you have so much empathy for that particular community, but you don't even have any empathy for the individuals that look just like you? You have absolutely no empathy or sympathy for another black man. When you look at the list of everybody that black men will defend, other black men is always at the bottom of the damn list. Well, at the bottom of the list, right above white men, because we all know that you have a psychopathic hatred for white men. It doesn't matter what the hell they do or don't do. And we're going to get into that in a second, right? We're going to get into why that is in a second, right? Because to be truthfully honest, as much as you want to try to prove that you are not inferior to other groups of men, the fact that you are constantly hung up on what other groups of men do and always in your fifis about what other men do, it suggests that that's a sore spot. It suggests that you may be suffering from some sort of inferiority complex. Because every little thing they do, it just annoys the shit out of you. And as a black man myself, the one thing that I know for certain is I don't have time to be worried about what other groups of men are doing and how it may offend me, because I'm too busy handling my goddamn business, which is what you should be doing. But I digress on that note. I'm sitting here trying my best to wrap my mind around the fact that you will literally, because I'm listening to this guy on the phone with Will, and I'm like, damn, as hard as he's going in the paint, one would argue, are you part of the L. Gibbet community? Do you have a relative that's part of the L. Gibbet? Because he's going hard in the paint. I have never in my life seen a black man defend other black men the way he was defending that community. And let's just be honest. The only black men, let's be clear. Black men don't really defend black men. Black men don't really defend black men at all. Now, you have black men that will defend men in general. And why is this? Because the only men that really have any desire to speak up for men are men that don't really get hung up on race. I'm going to say that again. The only men in this day and age that have any desire to speak up for men are the men that don't really get hung up on race. So if you see a black man that's defending men, by default, he's going to defend black men. He's not going to focus just on black men. He's going to talk about men in general, right? Because what I notice about our community is the men that are pro-black, the ones that are supposed to be concerned with only black people, you never defend black men. You only defend black women, and now the L. Gibbet community. You show me the pro-black man that is defending just black men with ferocity. You show it to me. You ain't gonna find one. You ain't gonna find one. Shout out to Lotus Flower. Appreciate you. You ain't gonna find one. And do you know why? Because if you are part of the community of black people that are so racially blinded that the only thing you want to do is defend black people against everybody else. In other words, you have that thought process that is black people against everyone else. You don't defend black men. You only defend black women and every other group that you think is marginalized, because you don't view yourself as marginalized. And the reason why is because your mothers don't train you that way. Your mothers train you to believe that you're a disposable damn utility. That's how your mothers train you, to believe that your cause ain't worth a damn. Hell, you can't even stand up and complain about the fact that your woman won't fix your plate without them all of a sudden. See, and here's the thing, and this is, I'm gonna tell you the reason why. I'm gonna tell you the reason why this goes on. The reason why you pro-black men have absolutely no desire to defend black men is because the moment you start defending black men, you know the black women of the community are gonna put you in the same boat as the white men. They're going to start calling you a patriarch and an oppressor and all of those different things. See, for our community, the only way that you can be loved and revered and appreciated, if you can call it that, is if you make yourself subordinate to your woman. And now subordinate to the LGBT community as well. And you know the reason why? The reason why is because in the black community, femininity reigns supreme. That's why. In the black community, femininity reigns supreme. And if you think I'm lying, I want you to think about this. How many black men have you seen defending studs? How many black men have you seen defending studs? You ain't gonna see none defending studs, because a stud is a woman who is now operating in the masculine. But anybody that is operating in the feminine, you view as basically your new master, and you have to speak up for your master. If anybody says anything that you don't like about your master, you got to speak up, right? But you're never gonna see a pro-black man defending black men. You feel me? And if you do, the only way he can defend black men is if he's defending them against white men. So if a pro-black man sees the white man doing something messed up or saying something messed up to black men, oh, he'll defend that. He'll defend that all day long. But if that same black man is getting treated like shit by his black women, they ain't gonna speak up. They ain't gonna say a damn word. They ain't gonna say a mumbling word. In fact, that black woman can do the exact same thing that a racist white man does to black men, and they'll still be quiet. And like I said, I know there's a bunch of you that ain't gonna like this, but it needs to be said. But guess what? I figured out why you're so angry with Charlie Kirk. I figured it out. And it is dark. It is dark and it is sad. But I figured it out. It came to me. It hit me like a bolt of lightning. See, here's the reality. And it's just like I said last night on Will's show. And I'm going to say it again here. For that old black man that said he was born in 1966, you running around here with the L. Gibbet flag trying to defend them more than anything in this world. What I'm trying to figure out is, where was that same energy when it was time for you to be a fucking man and raise your children and work shit out with your wife back in the day? Now, I'm not talking about him specifically. I'm talking about black men in general. Because for all of you new age black men that want to defend all of the downtrodden, all of you new black men that want to defend every single cause, that want to defend every single marginalized group, let me tell you something, black man, there is no group more marginalized than all of the black boys that had to grow up without fathers, Negro. Where was your energy for that? Where was your energy for that? See, I figured it out. You ain't mad at Charlie Kirk for what he said about black pilots. And if you really want to be honest, if you're upset that people are saying that if they see a black pilot, they're going to question his credentials. Well, maybe it wouldn't be that way if you didn't raise your damn children to want to be dope dealers, basketball players, and rappers. Maybe if there were more black men going into aviation, we wouldn't see that as a taboo. And don't try to bring up the Tuskegee Airmen because you ain't them. You aren't those men. You don't give a damn about being no pilot. You don't give a damn about being no doctor. You don't give a damn about being no lawyer. You don't give a damn about being no politician. You don't give a damn about being no engineer. Most of y'all want to be dope dealers, basketball players, football players, and rappers. And then you get mad when somebody points the shit out. But you ain't mad at him about that. You're not mad at Charlie Kirk about that. Oh, no. There is one thing that Charlie Kirk said that got y'all in your fifis. You know what he said? He said every time somebody stood up to challenge what he was saying about the black community, every time someone stood up there and said it's systemic racism that destroyed the black community, is us being oppressed, we're in poverty because of the white man. Every time one of y'all said that, he looked y'all straight in the face and said, do you think it's possible that black people are in the condition they're in because so many black children are raised without fathers? That's what you mad about. That's what you mad about. You're mad because he pointed out your bullshit. That's what you mad about. And you can't turn around and hurl it back at him because what was he? Charlie Kirk didn't have no baby mamas. Charlie Kirk was a married man. Charlie Kirk was a church-going man. Charlie Kirk was a Christian. Charlie Kirk was raising his children. Charlie Kirk was speaking out about the things he saw wrong in his country. Charlie Kirk was a community activist. Everything your black ass used to be. That's what you mad about. That's what you mad about. That's why you upset. Because everything Charlie Kirk was doing for his community is what you fail at for your damn community. That's what you mad about. That's what you and your fifis about. And you can't challenge it. So the only thing you can do is call him racist. You can do is call him racist because you abandoned your community responsibilities. You abandoned your love of God. You know how I know you abandon your love of God? Because you're out here defending something that God don't even condone. You out here defending something that God don't even condone. So you would rather get out here and defend something that you know God doesn't condone but you won't even raise your own damn children. And look, I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm the best man in the world. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm the best father or the best husband. I'm not perfect, but I'm here. I'm not perfect, but I did the best I could. I didn't walk away from my children and never saw them again. I worked my ass off with everything that I had available to me. I sacrificed. I did whatever I could. But many of you niggas out here, you ain't hitting on 2 damn cents. And it shows. It shows in the community. It shows in the community. Because guess what? We can sit back and we can look at the community as it stands today, right? And we could say, well, the reason the community is messed up is because the women done ran the community into the ground. Well, here's my question. How the hell did they run it into the ground? Why were they? That's just like if I give you, if I tell you you can drive my car and then my car end up getting wrecked. And you tell me, well, I didn't wreck it. My girlfriend wrecked it. My question is going to be, how the hell she get in the driver's seat? Who the fuck let her get in the driver's seat? You the one supposed to be driving the damn car. How the hell did the women run the community into the ground? I tell you how they ran it into the ground. Because you punk ass Negroes in the boomer generation, the moment that your wife got a little bit of education, was able to go out and work, she started challenging your authority. And instead of standing there like a man, when you were capable of doing it, and telling her, this my damn house, you not gonna boss nothing in here. You tucked your tail between your fucking legs. You said you was going to the goddamn store for a pack of cigarettes and you never came back. And you left your family and the community in the hands of that unruly woman that you already knew was a problem. What the hell did you think she was going to do? What type of children do you think she was going to raise? What type of result do you think you were going to get with the community? See, here's the thing. I will stand up here and I will fight tooth and nail for the men. But you know the one thing I'm not going to do? I'm done making excuses for you niggas in the boomer generation. Because the bullshit that you created from your neglect is what we inherited. Which is the whole reason why we're here now trying to fix the mistakes and the sins of our damn fathers. Because you niggas didn't feel the brunt of it. You niggas in the boomer generation didn't get hit with the child support laws we got hit with. You didn't get hit with the Violence Against Women Act. You didn't get hit with none of that shit. You lived in a time where a man ruled his damn house, and in some cases the law backed him up to rule his damn house. You left because you were a spoiled man boy that was nothing like your father from the silent generation or your father from the greatest generation. Because I can tell you one thing I know about them old heads. The one thing they wasn't going to do is leave their damn house, not the house they paid for. Not the house and land they worked and slaved for. They wasn't going nowhere. But by the time we get it, by the time us Gen Xers grew up and thought we was going to go out and have a normal life and find a woman and have a relationship and get married, by the time you get to that generation, the women were so far gone, we couldn't even do nothing. Most of you niggas in the boomer generation, when you met your wife, she didn't even have no damn kids. By the time you get to my generation, damn near most of the women had children out of wedlock. And because you weren't there to give proper guidance, what guidance did us fellas have to go off of? The guidance of the women. And what did the women say? Well, if she already got kids, you got to accept her and her kids. The mamas didn't tell us leave her alone. She already got kids. Because she's going to teach you from the perspective of what she would want if she was in that girl situation, which is not conducive to you as a guy. So you men from the boomer generation, you're the ones. It's your fault. It's your fault. You're the ones that created this horrible circumstance for us. This is your mess that we're cleaning up right now. This is your mess. So every single time we have this conversation and the women tell us we ain't shit, they talking about y'all. Every time we have a conversation with these women and these women say, oh, these men they only think with they dick. They talking about y'all. From the boomer generation, you want to be player ass niggas. When we talking to them and saying, y'all don't take care of your children, they talking about y'all. They are using the example that you set to condemn us. Because guess what? When it comes to my generation, even if we not in the damn household, we still look after our shorties. We still try to make sure they straight. But it's your fault we ain't in the household. It's your damn fault. It's your damn fault that these scorned women that were raised by scorned women don't have no trust and no faith in now one of us. But you gonna get your goofy ass on a damn show and defend the LGBT community? When your black ass ain't even fixed your own damn community? You ain't even fixed your own community. But you running over there to defend them? You mad at Charlie Kirk? Let's say for argument's sake that Charlie Kirk's message was only for white people. Because that's what y'all want to push, even though we know that's bullshit. But let's just say for argument's sake that his message was only for white people. He doing what he's supposed to do. What about you? That man loved his country, America, the same country you hate. So he was doing what he thought was best for the country that he loved. That's what he's supposed to do. What about your black ass? What are you supposed to do? Complain about him doing what he's supposed to do? Bro, you can't make this up. You can't make this shit up. And I know some of you gonna be mad at me. I don't give a damn. I don't care. Why would I care about the respect of men who don't have no self-respect? Why would I care? If you was doing what you supposed to do, you would be out here looking for a wife instead of screwing hoes. And some of you gonna say, but angry man, there ain't no women out here now this wife material. There ain't. Okay, fair enough. That explains why you ain't got a wife, but it damn sure don't explain why you're screwing hoes. That don't explain it. Maybe, just maybe, I want you to think about this for a second, because this just popped up in my head just out the blue. Maybe, just maybe, the reason why you can't find wives is because the hoes get everything out of you that the wives supposed to get. Why would a woman be a wife if she can get everything out of you being a hoe? Why? Yeah, and I see you running in and out of here. I see the numbers. I see you running in and out of here because it's hurting your feelings. I know. I know. I know. I know it's hurting your feelings. It's real. It's real. But I got news for you. Charlie Kirk ain't your damn problem. You your damn problem. You your damn problem. Charlie Kirk ain't your problem. You your problem. And I'm not even gonna lie. One could argue that a whole lot of you ain't even mad at Charlie Kirk. You're jealous of him. Why? Wait a minute, angry man. Why would we be jealous of him? Ain't nobody jealous of him. You're jealous because he had something to fight for. You just fighting to have something. Let me say that again. Let me say it again. I'm gonna say it again slower so you can hear it. The reason why you jealous is because he had something to fight for. You just fighting to have something. You a man without a country. Not because you don't have a country, but because you choose not to have one. He loved America. You hate America. You explain to me how the fuck you supposed to thrive in a country you hate? How you supposed to succeed in a country you don't want to be in? That man loved his country. And the people in this country that love this country love him. You see it. This man had a wife. This man had children. This man had financial success. This man made his mark on the world. He's going to be remembered historically. But what about you? What about you? You a man without a country. And surely you know the folly of being a king without a kingdom. Shout out to EJ. He says, speaking nothing but truth and facts tonight. Keep cooking. Keep cooking. Appreciate you, fam. Appreciate you for being a sponsor. Shout out to Keith. Appreciate you. You're jealous of him. You jealous of him because he's a man who is loved in his homeland, respected by the men and the women. had the ear of the president. Simply because he stood for what he believed in. Simply because he stood 10 toes down on what he believed in. And didn't budge. And fearlessly defended it. Meanwhile, you can't even fearlessly defend your position as head of household to your black woman. That man, Charlie Kirk, get on the mic, everybody listen. You can't even get the people in your house to listen to you. But you're going to call into my man Will's show defending the L. Gibbet community. When we start doing that? When did that become the number one? See, this is what lets me know all you niggas do is follow celebrities. Because the moment the celebrity started doing that, which they're required to do that, don't get it twisted. They have to defend those communities. The moment the celebrity started doing it, then you started doing it. Because if I remember correctly, black people wasn't running around here defending all of that. Since when? So much so, you done jumped out here. You done jumped out here cursing out Donald Trump and talking about ICE and all of that shit. Talking about some, they not gonna take none of my Mexican homies out of here. What? When did black people start defending illegal immigrants? When did that happen? I tell you when it happened. The Democrats decided they needed to create some more marginalized groups, right? But they knew those groups wouldn't have any real legitimacy as victims. So what they had to do is they had to put you niggas out front. They had to put you as the face of it. Because you got a legitimate gripe with the country. So they put you in the front. And then they act like everybody else's plight is similar to what you went through. And you dumbasses bought into it hook, line, and sinker. And so now every single time one of them starts screaming about some cause, here you come. Here you come, like step and fetch it. Tap dancing. Here you come, Mr. Bojangles. But then got the nerve to point to somebody like me that's a conservative and say, I'm the damn coon. You done lost your rabbit ass mind. Black people were conservatives longer than they've been Democrats. I'm going to say that again. Black people in this country have been conservatives and Republicans longer than they've been leftists and Democrats. That's some new shit. Or maybe you didn't hear Brother Malcolm when he said the most dangerous group of people in this country are white liberals. Maybe you didn't hear that. I'm not a coon. I'm the same thing that black people were back in the day when they had the highest marriage rate. That's what I am. Shout out to Eclipse, said CK needs a stadium for funeral services. Most his haters will only need a living room. That's what I am. Shout out to Erica. That's what I am. That's what I am. I'm the same thing that black people were when we built Black Wall Streets. I'm the same thing that black people were when we had real political activism. I'm the same thing black people were when we had the highest damn marriage rate. I'm the same thing black people were when we were excelling in education. I'm the same thing that black people were when we had intact family units. I'm the same thing that black people were when we were shining and achieving in spite of Jim Crow. Y'all the new niggas. The new slaves to the Democratic plantation. That's what y'all are. And that's why you ain't got shit. And you're losing shit by the day. You niggas don't even have R&B music no more. You don't even have R&B music anymore. The comedians suck. You got no creativity. Who's the new black directors that's putting out anything worth watching? Who's the new black clothing designers? Who's the new black writers that's writing anything of any substance other than woke bullshit? Who? You Negroes are a joke. You're a joke. And every single time I see you up here defending some shit that was never part of our culture, I just laugh at you. I just laugh at you. I just laugh at you because I'm like, when did we start doing that? And some of the stuff y'all be up here saying, what you need is you need your big mama to come down from heaven with a golden belt and slap the hell out of you with it. That's what you need. Because I know damn well that your God-fearing, God-loving grandmother would never condone all of this new age, devilish, demonic bullshit that your ass is celebrating. You show me any one of you Negroes, your grandma that would have celebrated a man getting assassinated. You show it to me. You went from being the most God-fearing people to being the most devilish people. You don't respect the sanctity of marriage no more. You don't believe in the structure of the family unit anymore. You explain to me what happened, because there used to be a time where having a child out of wedlock was so shameful that it was hidden. It was hidden. And this ain't somebody else influencing us. This is what we did in our culture. Girl have a kid as a teen, they send her down south so that nobody will see her while she pregnant. And then when she come back, that's not her kid, that's her sister. Or that's her son. I mean, that's her brother. In other words, the pregnant girl's mother would act like that was just another one of her kids to hide the shame of it. Now, you niggas run around here celebrating it. You used to be ashamed of the dysfunction. Now you celebrate it. There used to be a time that as a man, if you wasn't willing to work, if you wasn't about something, the family looked at you like you wasn't shit. There used to be a time where as a man, if you messed around and got in trouble and went to prison, the family didn't tell everybody you went to prison. They'll say you went to the military or that you moved down south to visit family. Now you brag about doing a bid. Now you brag about going to prison. You come home, they throw you a party. But you niggas want to sit here and tell me that we ain't declining. You niggas want to sit here and tell me that ain't nothing wrong. Like I don't remember what black folk used to be. But your biggest concern is whether or not L. Gibbet community is being treated right. You can't make it up. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. You want to get mad at me when I look at the shit they doing in Chicago, in Memphis, in LA. You want to get mad at me because you feel like I'm talking about black people. Has it ever crossed your mind that when I look at black folk that act like that, I don't even look at them like black people? Did that ever cross your mind? Did it ever cross your mind that just maybe when I see that behavior, it disgusts me? It makes me ashamed. We have become a joke, a walking parody. And do you Negroes try to reject it? No, you don't try to reject it. You lean into it. And then when Charlie Kirk sits at a table at a college or stands behind a podium at a college and points out your bullshit, now you want to be mad about it. Why are you mad about it? You embraced it. You embraced it. You embraced it. You went from being upset when somebody called you a nigga to proclaiming yourself the realest nigga. Got black folks running around here referring to themselves as apes and what old girl call herself Glorilla. But you let somebody non-black make reference to her as a gorilla and watch everybody lose their shit. If I'm lying, you tell me I'm lying. Because see, here's the thing, and this is what you got to recognize. How you gonna be mad at white people for pointing out the things that you pride yourself on? How you gonna be angry with Charlie Kirk for pointing out the dysfunctions that you openly celebrate? How mad can you be really if you choose to live that way, if you choose to be that? That man ain't say nothing wrong. That man ain't say nothing wrong. And guess what? You gonna get mad when I say this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. There are numerous times you want to talk about that pilot shit. When you get on a plane, when you get on a commercial airliner, is the pilot typically a black man? Yes or no? Yes or no? When you get on a commercial airline, is the pilot typically a black man? See, here's the thing. Back in the day, right? If white folks said that black people weren't pilots or that black people weren't good pilots, you know what black folk did back in the day? They said, oh, really? Is that what you think? Bet. And you know what they would do? They would work their asses off to be the best pilots. In other words, back in the day, black folk would do everything to dispel a negative stereotype. Today, if someone says black people ain't good pilots, do y'all run the pilot school so that you can dispel that myth? No, you sit around and complain about it. You know why you sit around and complain about it? Because you don't actually want to do it. You want to get praise for shit you don't do. It's like, yeah, we know we ain't shit, but we don't want you pointing it out. You're comfortable in your mediocrity. And the only way you can continue to be comfortable in that mediocrity is if no one points it out. And you think slavery, Jim Crow, and all of that shit that happened before gives enough white guilt for you to tell white folks, don't point out nothing I'm doing wrong. There's only one problem with that. The problem with that is you live in the same country with white folk. What do you mean by that, Angry Man? What I mean by that is we all live in the same country. So your degeneracy at some point is going to affect everybody else. That's why. That's why. Now, some of y'all gonna say, but Angry Man, you going in like this. It wasn't nobody black that did that to Charlie Kirk. It was a white guy. Yeah, and guess what? Do you see any of us defending that white guy? Do you see any of us saying that that white guy should be let off the hook? Do you see any of us saying that that white guy shouldn't be punished? See, that's the difference. That's the difference. When you niggas do something, you don't want to be accountable for it. When you Negroes do something, when that guy took his car and plowed through that damn parade and hit all of them people, you Negroes was making every excuse in the book for that lunatic. You even had one dude up here, Jay Prince for president. He went down there to the courthouse because it was down there where he lived at. He went down there to the courthouse to defend the dude. Now, here's the funny thing, right? Here's the funny thing. He said if he got on a plane and there was a black pilot, he would be questioning the black pilot's credentials. Right? Now, the context is because of this DEI stuff that's been going on, right? But y'all can try to make it out to be racist. But let me ask you this question. Let's say that you pay a lot of money to go see a jazz band, right? It's this historic jazz band. You pay all of this money to go see the jazz band. You go in there and sit down, and they come out to get ready to play. Now, this is an all-black jazz band that can jam. They come out to play, and the bass player or the trumpet player is sick. So a white guy comes out. You ain't gonna look at it funny. You ain't gonna be like, oh shit. When you at the Apollo Theater and they say, we got a comedian coming out, and it's a white guy, you ain't gonna be like, oh shit, this dude ain't gonna be funny. Do you consider yourself racist in a situation like that? If you go to a college and you take the Black History course, and you go to sit down in the Black History course, and you're sitting in there, and all of a sudden out the back comes a white guy to teach Black history, you don't think nothing? Nothing comes to your mind? Now, some of y'all gonna say, but Angry Man, that's different. Oh yeah, it's always gonna be different. It's always gonna be different, right? It's always gonna be different. That's different, Angry Man. Because, you know, flying a plane is important. Playing jazz, that ain't that important. You know, teaching a class, that ain't the same thing. It is the same thing when you look at the context. It is the same thing. Because at the end of the day, if you, whether you be white, black, green, purple, orange, blue, whatever, if you get on a plane and you're not used to seeing a black pilot and you see a black pilot, you are going to question it because your life is in his hands. You are going to question it. The same way if you got on that plane and you sat down in your seat and right next to you was a dude from the Middle East with the head wrap and the whole nine, you gonna be like, you gonna think something. You gonna think something. Let's stop pretending that type of shit don't go on. Let's stop pretending, because as people, we have certain things that we tend to do. On a regular basis. If you freaking put your kid in little league football and shit, and you go there and you see it's a white coach, your thought process is going to be entirely different than if it's a black coach. If it's a black coach, you're going to be like, yeah, man, we got a black coach. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. If it's a white coach, you're gonna be like, man, I hope he don't act funny towards my kid, man. I hope my kid get enough playing time. Like we live in a society where we have our particular thought process when it comes to certain shit. And it ain't always racist. A lot of times it's based on what we're used to. But y'all want to make old boy out to be racist like he was burning crosses in people's yard. Like y'all caught him at a Klan meeting or some shit. Yo, y'all don't have to hide Beans. He ain't bothering me. Y'all don't have to hide Beans. Beans, you can get upset all you want to, bro. But I'm going to tell you flat out, if I get on the damn plane and I see a black pilot, I'm going to feel some type of way, nigga. Period. Point blank, period. Point blank, period. Now why? I'm going to say what Charlie Kirk couldn't say. I'm going to say what Charlie Kirk couldn't say. You know what that is? The whole reason why I would feel some type of way is because you niggas are lazy, you cut corners, and half the time you don't see shit all the way through the way you should. So don't come up in here trying to feel some type of way because I said something about the black pilot. Nigga, please. How many times have you got on the plane and the pilot was actually black? How many? How many? Fuck out of here with that goofy ass shit. You niggas love living in fantasy. You love living in fantasy. Only problem is reality don't match up to your cognitive dissonance. That's the only problem. That's the only problem. Reality does not match up to your cognitive dissonance at all. At all. Let me tell you how this works. Let's be real about this. I can't name how many times I have hired a black landscaping crew to come and cut my yard. You know what happens every time? They do a half-ass fucking job. Every single time. Every time. The first person I had that cut my yard properly and took care of my yard properly was a white guy. Now it's a Mexican crew. And guess what? Every single Monday, they show up at the same time, cut the grass, take care of the yard properly, and then they dip. Like clockwork. You can set your fucking watch by it. See, here's the thing about you Negroes. You want the praise and prestige that other groups get for certain things without actually putting in the damn work to get the reputation for it. See, here's the reality. Someone pointing out your incompetence is not racism. Someone pointing out your laziness is not racism. Someone pointing out your trifling ass ways is not racism. And as long as you got that crutch, as long as you're able to blame racism for everyone's critique about you, you ain't never gonna fucking improve. You ain't never gonna improve. See, the reason why black folk back in the day, when the country was really racist, when white people could openly say racist shit, you wanna know the reason why black people still excelled at what they were doing? Because they couldn't use racism as a crutch. Because if they started yelling about, I'm being discriminated against, nobody gave a fuck. See, it isn't until, this is why y'all can't tell me that you don't live in a different age. You live in a different age because the only reason you cry about racism is because you know nowadays people give a fuck. That's the only reason. The only reason you whine and cry about racism today is because you know people care. How are they gonna be racist if they fucking care? Because if they was racist, it wouldn't be effective. If it was racist, you complaining about racism would not be effective. Soon as you say, oh, that's racist, they'd be like, man, shut the hell up and get out my face. And that'd be the end of it. And then that'll be the end of it. How do you explain to me? Here's my question. If If the men, if the white folk in this country are so racist and you think they hate black people so much, then why would you waste your time complaining? So let me make sure I can go through the logic. Let me make sure I can understand the logic. The logic is the group of people that you claim hate you is going to change the circumstance of hating you because you said it hurt your feelings. I'm going to say it again. So you're telling me the group of people that you claim hate you is going to stop hating you simply because you said you don't like it and it's not fair. That makes about as much sense that makes about as much sense as a bear not stealing the damn honey because the bee said they don't like that. That's how much damn sense that freaking makes. By your logic, that group of people doesn't care. So if they don't care, your complaints would fall on deaf ears. So why do you waste your time doing it? It's because you're full of shit. You know they care. You know they suffer from white guilt. And you take advantage of that by whining and complaining so that they will give you what your black ass ain't willing to work for. I'm tired of you niggas playing with me. I'm tired of you playing with me. Don't come in here playing with me, nigga. That's your entire hustle. Let me pretend like white folks don't like me so I can appeal to their white guilt, and then they'll turn around and give me what I want without me having to work for it because they feel sorry for me. That's your whole hustle. That's your whole hustle. And you have to forgive the fuck out of me, but I'm not in no, I don't feel the way you do. I don't have no desire to have white people feel sorry for me. You know, I can't help it. You know, I was actually raised with some self-respect and dignity. Come in here talking about I'm full of it. No, nigga, you full of it. You full of it, my nigga. You full of it. You full of it. Now go run over to your channel and do a live stream about how I'm a sellout and a coon and make content out of what I'm talking about. As far as that Angry Man Stimmy package, you're welcome. Come in here talking that crazy shit to me. I know what the hell I'm talking about. I been peeped you Negroes. I been peeped you and your bullshit. Niggas will get an opportunity. Niggas get opportunity and still run around here crying victimhood. Still running around here crying victimhood. Oh, angry man, you a sellout, you a coon. Okay. If you say so. If you say so. if you fucking say so. But I tell you this. I tell you this to all you Negroes that's running around here celebrating Charlie Kirk losing his life. Don't be surprised if that white guilt becomes non-existent. That's all I'm gonna say. You run around here celebrating Charlie Kirk losing his life. Don't be surprised if the next time somebody black loses their life to some senseless violence and you start protesting, nobody gives a shit. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. Don't be shocked. Don't be shocked. Don't be shocked, because it's just like old boy that created the Boondocks. It's just like he said, yo, we back. We back. We back. Somebody write refresh in the screen. My bad. I had the Wi-Fi on. I keep forgetting whenever I do this stream, I can't use the Wi-Fi. I got to use the cell data. What was the last part y'all heard? What was the last part y'all heard? Somebody tell me what the last thing y'all heard was. The Boondocks. Yeah. It's just like Aaron Magruder said. You Negroes used to have a certain amount of moral currency. Okay? Who built up that moral currency? See, the funniest thing about this is everything that our forebearers gave us, we have squandered. See, black folk back in the day, even though they were being brutalized, even though they were going through all types of goofy shit, they were still righteous people. They were still stand-up individuals. They were still hard-working, law-abiding American citizens. And it is because of that everything that was done to them in the past, nobody can make no excuses for it. They cannot deny it. They cannot deny it. They have to acknowledge that what happened in the past was bad. They have to acknowledge that. And what you have to realize is the moral currency that came from that, you niggas have spent it up. You've spent it up. How did you spend it up? Well, one, you spent it up through black fatigue. It's a combination of things. It's the combination of white guilt running out and the emergence of black fatigue. And keep in mind, black fatigue does not come from black people just acting normal. Black fatigue comes from you Negroes engaging in foolishness on a regular basis and expecting not to be held accountable for said foolishness. You have ran out. You have ran out of your moral currency. It's gone. It's gone, and it ain't never gonna come back. It ain't never gonna come back, because quite frankly, people are tired. I'm tired. I'm tired. So I can only imagine what other people feel. I'm black and I'm tired. I'm so sick and tired of you cliche Negroes. You cliche Negroes. Like for instance, there's how many of y'all seen that Space God character? How many of y'all have seen that Space God character? It's the dude that put on a costume like he a damn alien, but he talk like he from Atlanta. How many of y'all seen that? This guy right here. Listen to the way this nigga talk. Listen to the way he talk.
Hey, last time, man, I ain't get no earth hole. This time, but what's up? What's shaking? What happening, man? I'm out here already. What's up? I'm trying to goddamn put that tentacle down real nice and proper. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, get with. Trying to goddamn, you need to come through trim, man.
Get what? Shorty goddamn. You know, last time I wasn't able to get no earth hole. So now, you know, goddamn, I'm gonna put that thing down, goddamn.
I'm so sick of niggas being prideful in ignorance, prideful in foolishness. Like when he first did that shit, it was funny. Now it's just sad. Now it's just annoying. Now it's just annoying. Like, can we, can black people find something else to be proud about? Do we have to always be proud of ignorance? Look at the young black men right now. Look at the women right now. Can we find anything to be proud about other than ignorance? And here's the other thing. Here's the other thing that trips me out, right? This is something that I notice more than anything in this world. Anybody telling black people the truth and what black people need to do, no matter what their color is. It could be a white person saying it. It could be a black person saying it. It could be anybody of any race saying it. If you're telling black people the truth about their situation and what they need to do to fix it, black people fucking hate your guts. Somebody explain that to me. Somebody explain that to me. Make that part make sense to me. It doesn't matter that Charlie Kirk was saying that. Y'all can use the excuse that, oh, Charlie Kirk was a racist, so we're not going to listen to him. What about the black people that tell you that? What about Larry Elder? You hate him just as much as you hate Charlie Kirk. And he black. So the question is, who the hell can tell you something? Nobody. That's the damn answer. Nobody. Nobody. And the reason can't nobody tell you nothing is because you not interested or concerned with doing right. You ain't interested or concerned with doing better. That's the whole reason why you're offended every time somebody tells you something. Can't nobody tell you nothing. If I sat up here and I pointed some shit out, y'all can't say, well, you have a point there. No, it's, oh, nigga, you done lost your mind. Oh, nigga, you a coon. Oh, nigga, you a sellout. Oh, nigga, this, nigga, that, nigga, man, bruh. Let me tell y'all something. Being that I'm a father, I'm gonna tell you something that I know for a fact. And you guys correct me if I'm wrong. You correct me if I'm wrong. Trying to talk to the black community is like trying to talk to your teenage children. Trying to talk to the black community is like trying to talk to your teenage children. They don't listen because, one, they think you don't know what the fuck you talking about, and two, because they want to do what they want to do, regardless of the outcome or the circumstances. And they think they know everything. It isn't until they get a little bit older, I would say when they start getting close to 30, that they finally realize you know what you're talking about, and they start listening, taking heed, and doing what they're supposed to do for a couple of reasons. One, they have to go out in the real world, and the real world don't make no excuses for them. The only problem is these are fully grown black people in the black community that are acting like teenagers. These are fully grown black folk in the black community that are acting like teenagers. And the difference is they're not going to grow up once they reach a certain age because they already reached that age. And they're not going to learn a lesson from the world because we live in a world now that fucking coddles black people. We live in a world now that makes excuses for the black condition. Beans came in here a minute ago and said that I didn't know what I was talking about. I was on a panel with him a couple weeks ago where we was talking about Rampage Jackson's son. And I said his son need to be locked up. You know what Bean said? Y'all act like jail is always the solution. So what's your solution, nigga? Let a bunch of these unruly, lawless niggas run around here terrorizing everybody? See, it's that mentality. That's the reason why shit is the way it is now. You got a bunch of niggas running around here that think everything's supposed to be anarchy. Everything's supposed to be lawlessness. Anybody can do whatever the fuck they want, whenever the fuck they want. Talking about some, y'all always act like jail is the solution. You tell me where the hell you supposed to put somebody that knocked a man out and then hit him 20 more damn times while he was knocked out. What you supposed to do with somebody like that? I tell you what you supposed to do with somebody like that. You put him in a damn jail cell and you let him sit there. You let them sit there long enough to think about their fucking actions. And I'm going to tell you something right now that I know for a fact. There was never a time in my life that I was more reflective than when I was sitting in a damn jail cell. I guarantee you that. Any time I've ever got arrested and was sitting in the damn jail cell, all I thought about was what I did wrong and what I could do to avoid the shit the next time. Hell are we talking about? You know what they found out about incarceration? You know what they found out about incarceration? This is what they found out. If they lock somebody up and they give them short spurts of time, like give them 2 years, they get out, they do some more shit, give them another 2 years, they get out and do some more shit, give them another 2 years, they get out and do some more shit, right? Give them another 2 years, they get out and do some more shit. And then ultimately they end up collectively getting 10 freaking years, right? You know what they noticed about the people that get a long stretch, 5 years, 10 years, shit like that? They get out and act like they got some fucking sense. They get out and act like they got some damn sense. But see, here's the thing. To address Beans, what Beans is talking about. Guess what? You say jail ain't the solution. Right? Okay, cool. You know how you can avoid jail being the solution? You know how you can avoid jail being the solution? If you stop fucking making excuses for black people and expect black people to act like they got some fucking sense, and then you want to worry about jail. If we didn't have a fucking culture that prides itself on being street niggas, thugs, and criminals, jail would not be a problem. Or we can go back to what I said at the beginning of this show, which is if black men were fathers instead of sperm donors, you know how many times a kid will avoid doing some dumb shit because he's afraid of his damn father? Why the hell you think Trey got his ass up out that damn car? You think he just got up out that car because he came to his senses? What the hell make you what you think the reason was he told Doughboy to let him out? Cause he knew his pops was at home waiting on his ass. But see, I know what it is. Most of you niggas watch Boys in the Hood and you missed the whole damn message. Most of you watch Boys in the Hood and you just looked at the gangster lifestyle. You looked at what Doughboy and them was doing. Man, you see how Doughboy and them handled them fools. You see how Doughboy and them shot. You missed the entire message of the motherfucking movie. The message of the movie was real simple. When Trey asked his daddy, why I gotta do this? Why I gotta do that? Why my friends ain't gotta do this? He said, because they ain't got nobody to tell them right from wrong. You gonna see how they turn out. We been known what the problem is. The only problem is every time somebody points it out, here you coddling ass enabling niggas come. Why are you talking about this? Y'all the biggest problem of the damn black community. Y'all are the biggest problem of the black community. You niggas that enable all of this fucking foolishness. You the biggest problems of the community.
Y'all ain't noticed that every single time somebody black try to talk some sense into black folk, there's always some other black folk that want to pretend they intellectuals. And, well, that's not the solution. Like, we can't be disparaging our black people and talking down about our black people. Who? The ones walking around in Pooh Shiesty masks with switches, talking about they gonna switch these people? We can't talk bad about them. The chicks, this walking around half naked, getting on top of tables, twerking and shit, we can't talk about them? The hell is wrong with y'all? What's wrong with you? You know what? I'm gonna tell you what I think it is. I think it's this simple. At this point, I think it's as simple as black folk that try to tell black people right from wrong is the ones that was raised properly. You niggas that's cutting up is the ones that wasn't raised properly. And you niggas that's defending the ones that's cutting up are also the ones that wasn't raised properly. That's all it boils down to. That's all it boils down to at the end of the day. That's all it is. That's all it is. That's what we dealing with. That's what we dealing with. That's what we dealing with. See, I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. I'm starting to get to the point where I'm giving up. Y'all about to end up getting y'all Negroes are turning me into David Carroll. Like, seriously. Y'all Negroes are turning me into David Carroll, because I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to feel there ain't no hope for y'all. There ain't no hope for y'all whatsoever. None. If you feel like I'm a coon now, you ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. Because I'm sick of you Negroes. I'm sick. I'm so sick of you Negroes. Because I'm sitting here trying my best to figure out, and when I sit up here and talk like this, here you niggas come to try to co-sign and defend that bullshit. Nigga, if you want to go be a degenerate, you don't need my co-sign. You don't need me to agree with it. You do not need me to agree with you being an ain't shit nigga. You don't need that. You don't need that. Go do it. Go do it. But when they catch you doing some shit you ain't got no business and lock your ass up, we don't want to hear nothing about it. Because I'm not going to be running around here with no free scooter bum t-shirt on, free little pistol starter, free little Ray. I'm not gonna be running around here with no free yo ass t-shirt on. Because guess what? As much as you want to sit here and say, oh, these white people trying to make us out to be criminals, they act like we really gonna do this and we gonna really do that. See, there's only one problem with your line of logic. You can't convince the rest of us black people that white folks is just being racist and trying to stereotype you, because we gotta worry about y'all's asses too. The same shit that them white folks is worried about,
we worried about too. I also gotta worry about you niggas in them Pooh Shiesty masks. You Negroes with them switches. I also gotta worry about that shit. So how the hell you gonna tell us that they just being ridiculous and stereotyping you when we have to experience the same exact shit? In fact, it's worse for us. It's worse for us because a lot of them, they go live in white neighborhoods where they don't got to deal with your bullshit. We got to live in the same neighborhoods with you and deal with your bullshit. And it's funny to y'all. There's a dude on YouTube, there's a dude on TikTok right now. All he does is YN skits. Y'all probably seen him. He got little short locks and he keep a Scully on and he walk up, he be talking about some twin. Twin, you don't get Swiss cheese, twin. I got that switch for you, twin. Twin. You gonna get Swiss cheese, twin. Y'all think it's a joke. You think it's funny. You niggas out here taking each other's lives and it's a joke to you. It's funny. It's comedy. But you ain't got no smoke for that. You ain't in that comment section saying, bro, this ain't a good look. You ain't in that comment section talking about some, bro, you perpetuating a stereotype about us that's negative. You ain't in that comment section. You over here trying to tell me I'm doing something wrong. How the hell I'm doing something wrong? I ain't out here committing no crimes. I ain't out here hitting no old ladies over the head. I ain't out here robbing nobody. You got more smoke. You got more smoke for the damn law-abiding, upstanding black folk that ain't causing no problems than you do for the niggas that's cutting up. What we talking about? But I told you, at the end of the day, I know the reason why you Negroes, why you black men are mad at Charlie Kirk. You're mad at Charlie Kirk because he pointed out the real shit. As much as you want to blame the white man for all your degeneracy, for all your criminal activity, for all your poverty, for everything you got going on, every ill of the black community, he pointed out what it really is. Lack of fathers. And you can't turn around and project it back onto him because he was a father. He ain't got a slew of baby mamas. That's what you're mad at him about. That's what you mad at him about. You mad at him because he pointed out the one damn thing that's been true about the black community going all the way back to the damn boomer generation. Reason you niggas are the way you are is because we're at least 2 to 3 generations in of single mama-ism and baby mama-ism. Lack of fathers in the home. Because I got news for you. I got news for you. Now I'm going to keep it all the way funky. In this day and age, are black fathers the most involved? Yes, absolutely. But guess what? It's not the same effect when you're not in the same household with them children. I had to say it. I had to say it. I had to say it. It ain't the same effect. It's not the same when you're not in that house with those children every day until they grow up. It's not the same. It's not. It's not. And like I said before, the boomers started that bullshit. The boomers started that bullshit. And because the boomers started that bullshit, this is what you got to realize. A lot of boomers were absentee fathers, which meant that us Gen Xers, a lot of us didn't even know how to be fathers. We just did the best we could. We just did the best we could. We didn't even know how to be fathers. And so if we're just doing the best we can, then our children come along, their example is us. So they're just going to do based off of what we did, which is the best we could have done. And like I said before, that is the failing of the damn boomers. I don't give a shit what nobody say. They set this bullshit in motion. They set it in motion. And that's why anytime I hear an old Negro get up here trying to give anybody a lecture that's from the boomer generation, my sentiment is shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Don't nobody want to hear nothing you Negroes gotta say. Nothing. And we damn sure don't want to hear nothing about your advocacy for groups that ain't got nothing to do with us. We damn sure don't want to hear that. We damn sure don't want to hear that. Keep that to yourself. Keep it to yourself, because we don't care. You niggas didn't even raise your sons. So shut up. You didn't raise your sons. You didn't raise your daughters. You didn't raise your sons. You didn't raise your daughters. How do I know this? I know this because I was a Gen Xer. And most of the time when I was dating girls and I went to their house, there wasn't no damn man there. There wasn't no man there. I'm in the damn house wondering if I can smash the mama too. Won't no man there. On average, it won't. On average, it won't. And that's the main reason why you see the result of Gen X being one of the generations that had the most teen pregnancies. You think them teen pregnancies would have happened if that household would have had two parents? You think those teen pregnancies would have happened if the father was in that household and he was a breadwinner and the mama was a stay-at-home mom? Instead of her out there going to school and getting a career and all of that shit, if the boomer women would have been stay-at-home moms, that number of girls that were teen mothers wouldn't have been nowhere near that level. Nowhere near it. And guess what? For all of you that's going to say, well, the boomer women were terrible too. I'm not going to deny that. They were. They was on some we don't need a man type shit. They was on some I'm going to go to school and get an education and get a career. And they turned their kids into latchkey kids. I'm not going to say they weren't terrible, but this is what you got to realize. The same fight that the men of today are bringing to this conversation, we could have solved this if the boomers had the damn nuts to do it back then. I'm going to say that again. The way we're moving today by calling the women out on their bullshit, we would have been solved this if the boomers would have had the nuts to do it back then. Instead of going to the store for a pack of cigarettes and never coming back. All you niggas did was pass your demons down to your sons. That's all you did. Because if we didn't see you work it out with our mothers, how the hell we gonna know how to work it out with our women? If we didn't see you work it out with our mothers, what example did you set for us as men? If we didn't see you put your foot down, if we didn't see you establish your authority as a man and let that woman know, yo, this is my household and this is how we gonna run this house. If we didn't see that, how the fuck we gonna know to do it? the truth of the matter is, and nobody wants to address it, nobody wants to talk about it, there were so many boomer men that walked the fuck away. They just walked away. They just walked away. How do we know this? Because when I was coming up as a Gen Xer, you want to know what the sentiment of most Gen X boys were as teenagers? Most of the Gen X boys that I came up with, it was all the same sentiment. I'm going to make sure I'm there for my child. Why would all of us think like that unless we all experienced neglect? That when you look at that statistic that shows that black fathers are the most involved fathers than any other group in the modern day, it is a result of us making a pact that we're not going to be like our fathers. Only problem was the damage was already done. The damage was already done. So us Gen Xers, it's like we're trying to put a Band-Aid on the shit. Because the moment we try to have relationships, we're dealing with women that didn't grow up with fathers. We're dealing with women that didn't have daddies. So they don't respect us. They never seen their mama interact with their father in a healthy way. So no matter how traditional minded you may have been as a black man, you still got to deal with this woman who ain't traditional minded. In addition to all the feminism bullshit that her mother put in her head, which she would have never been able to do if the father was there. How many of you have dated a woman whose father was absentee and then dated a woman who had a father? There is a drastic difference. Like the difference is like night and day. Back when I was dating, fam, a woman didn't even have to tell me that she grew up in the house with her father. She didn't have to tell me. I could tell just by her behavior, just by the way she talked and the way she acted. But we gonna sit around and keep acting like we don't know what the problem is. And the whole reason why y'all mad at Charlie Kirk is because even though he's not part of the black community, he accurately assessed the problem. He accurately assessed the problem. Accurately. Because one thing I can say about him, I've heard him make that statement numerous times. I've heard him make that statement numerous times. He has said the problem that's going on with the black community is the lack of fatherhood. He said it numerous times. Numerous times. And the truth of the matter is, and I don't care what nobody say, you can't be a man unless you see a man. Period. You can't be a man unless you see a man. And any woman that does not understand the love of a man without the component of sex is going to end up in a broken situation. The importance of a father is that his sons see his example and how he functions and how he moves and how he interacts with his woman, with his wife, and how he handles his business. The importance of a father to a daughter is she learns to respect men. She learns what type of love a man can offer when there's no sexual component to it. So by the time she gets grown, she doesn't associate love with just sexual gratification. See, it's difficult for a man to dog a woman out, manipulate that woman, and that woman just accept it if she grew up with a father. Because she know how a man is supposed to love her. And the shit ain't got nothing to do with sex. You can get mad at me if you like, but I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. You can get angry, you can get upset, but I know exactly what I'm talking about. I know exactly what I'm talking about. A father is the model. That's the model. Boys learn how to be men by watching their father. Girls learn how to be treated by watching how their father treats their mother. I'm going to say that shit again. Boys learn how to be a man by watching their father, and they learn how to treat women by watching how their father treats their mother. Girls learn how to respect men by watching their mother respect their father, and they learn how men are supposed to treat them by watching how their father treats their mother. This is the reason why the nuclear family is important. This is the reason why you see all of this dysfunction. Do I have an issue with the way women act today? Absolutely. But guess what I'm tired of? And I'm no longer going to do. I'm not going to put all the onus on the women. Because you niggas you getting worse. You niggas is getting worse. And the reality is, even if I could snap my fingers right now and make the vast majority of these women marriageable women, it wouldn't even matter because you niggas ain't suitable husbands. And that's just real. You can get mad about that. You can get in your feelings. I really don't give a damn. I really don't give a damn. You can come for me if you like. I'm a married man. I pay all the bills in this motherfucking house. And I'm king of this damn castle. Omar said, guess you're perfect. Carry on, bruh. Bino Nation, how many of y'all were in here earlier when I said I wasn't perfect? Press a 1 if you were in here earlier when I said I wasn't perfect. I ain't perfect. I'm not the perfect husband. I'm not the perfect father. But I am a husband. And I am a father. And I've broke my neck and sacrificed to make sure that my children have what they need. And when I say need, I'm not talking about just financially. I'm talking about guidance. I'm talking about teaching. I'm talking about support. And I'm not the perfect husband. But my wife don't want for nothing. My wife can work or choose not to work. But everything is taken care of. Everything is taken care of. Even if something happened to me, everything is taken care of. So don't come in here trying to throw no little shots at me. Half you niggas, if something happened to you, they gonna have to do a fish fry or a GoFundMe. You ain't even got no damn life insurance.